Galvin, as Scott Bloomquist would call him, Galvin Landers, brings it in from Batesville, Arkansas on an open trailer.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how many miles that is, but can you imagine being Gavin trying to stop at a gas station to get gas and they see this? But made it here safely and went victory lane here tonight, or last night here at Eldora in the Castro FloRacing Night in America.
You talked about Scott Bloomquist, and of course we'd be remiss if we didn't mention this. Of course, the first Eldora crown jewel without the zero of Scott Bloomquist, and I mean we could have an entire highlight reel of things that happened with Scott here. Of course, the Bloomquist Bill Fry incident here at Eldora back at the Dream.
1997. I was sitting down in the press box below us and watching that and could not believe what was happening. And I think
that was my first late model race at Eldora.
In 1997 here, and of course you'll see Bill Fry as they went under caution and in the front straightaway, and then it all broke out right there, right?
Just
one of those, I believe, done for the night, right?
There it is. One of those moments that is just etched in time. Look at the fans. Look at the fans.
I think Rigsby was one of them, right?
I think a young Michael Rigsby was one of them for sure. Or his dad. I think maybe his dad Bear was down there as well. Look at that. I mean, it's just unbelievable. But again, we could have an entire night dedicated to Scott Bloomquist highlights. That's one. We've got another one. Who could forget Window Net Gate?
Window Net Gate. He's leading, and then we have we went under caution, right?
Yeah.
And it was pointed out that he had Lexan window net, which was illegal at the time. There you go. It is removed there. And I don't know whatever happened to that. I think I saw it on and Scott's, yeah.
It should be in the Hall of Fame. And James, what?
The show was over, right? Put him on the tail, right? And he comes back up. Yeah, the show was over, and comes up and wins the race.
Yeah, and then of course, then of course 2015.
Yeah.
And one of the most famous calls that you and I have been a part of.
And then people
not just here. Anywhere. I think anywhere.
And people ask me to this date, was that scripted? No, absolutely not. It was scripted. We don't write down any of this stuff, right? We're just talking about it, and it's like there's no green light. And then it came to heat race number 5, right? A couple years later when that big wreck in 5
years ago.
And
one thing here that I think a lot of folks forget, they were given, per the track rules, they scaled, he didn't make weight. He could pull off and back on and rescale one time, and that was it. And that was before they had the giant pole down there that actually showed the actual weight to all the fans.
Right. And Roy Faulkner, who is here again this weekend with his famous thumb, he is still here at Eldora Speedway. And there's Cody Mallory right there.
You saw Cody hold up 25 pounds light at the scales. What an unbelievable in storied career Scott had, not just racing in general, but especially here. And again, those are just a few of the highlights. And of course, we will have the celebration of life with Scott Bloomquist live right here on Flow and on all of our social media outlets. That way it's available to everyone on Saturday.
In the main grandstand area, right?
In the main grandstand area as well. Tiffany, let's go ahead and take a look at the race schedule here for this evening's racing program. James, a different format this year. We will start off with Dirt Draft Hot Laps. We'll have Winners Performance Time Trials, and then we'll have 6 shootouts. The field will be split into Group A and Group B. Group A will run 3 12-lap shootouts. Mm-hmm. Group B will run 3 12-lap shootouts. The top 8 from each shootout will lock into their respective feature, and then we'll have twin 25-lap main events. No B mains. You race your way in through the shootouts, or that is it. And by the way they finish those shootouts will determine the starting lineup for their feature. So the top 6 in each shootout will be inverted from Winners Performance Time Trials. There will be no wheel spins or inversions for the shootouts. They will be lined straight up based on how they finish those heat races.
And then no B mains, as you mentioned. The only provisionals tonight will be the fastest 2 qualifiers in each group, DJ, right?
Absolutely.
And they will start in the last row here tonight of each of the
let's take a look at the track
12
facts.
fastest win A mains. Yes, sir.
Yes, the track facts here at the Eldora Speedway, the Howland Half Mile High Banked Oval, as I like to call it. Open, can you believe it, 1954. 70 years ago.
Well,
60 years ago.
You were not born in 54, right?
I was not. No, I'm old. I turned a year older today.
And you're not 54 either. You're okay.
45, yeah, close, very close. But
I was dyslexic for a moment. I was thinking you were 54, but you're actually 45.
Well, again, I'm going to tell people that I'm 54, and they might think that I look good, or they may think I look bad for 54. I don't know. All right, we're going to step aside for our first set of commercial breaks. When we come back, we will hear from the guys pit reporting in the infield and a very special guest, brand new general manager of Eldora Speedway, going to be introduced here tonight. It's the Thursday portion of the 54th World 100.
There's no one way to power up, as long as Ford is your starting line. Because more important than the power you choose is what you choose to do with it. Gas, hybrid, or all electric, the power is yours.
Dave Poske's Performance Parts has been serving the Ohio River Valley and racers from all across the country since 1978, and they are the home to Hoosier Tire, Ohio Valley, and Octane Race Products. Stop in and shop all of the nation's top brands, including Winner's Performance, Willwood Brakes, Bill Stein Shocks, Hyperco Springs, Maxima Race Oils, Impact Safety Equipment, along with hundreds of others. You can also visit Dave Poske's Performance Parts online at Poske.com, as we ship UPS and truck freight daily. Dave Poske's Performance Parts, serving the Ohio River Valley and racers all across the country since 1978.
Welcome to Leyfeld Industrial and Welding Supplies, your one-stop destination for top-of-the-line industrial equipment and supplies, backed by our exceptional service department. With 2 convenient locations in Coldwater and Greenville, we're your trusted partner for all your industrial and welding needs. From precision welding with Miller & Lincoln to first-class performance with Milwaukee Power Tools, Landa Washers, and reliable power solutions with Honda generators, we've got you covered. Our commitment to quality and excellence ensures that you get the job done right every time. Because at Leyfeld Industrial and Welding Supplies, your success is our priority. Visit us today and experience the difference for yourself.
I love the sound of someone getting their money's worth. I mean, where else are you going to get ahs like that for 99 cents? Only in Casey's country. It's not crazy. It's Casey's. For a limited time, get medium fountain drinks for just 99 cents.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eldora for the 54th running of the most prestigious dirt late model race in the world. It is the opening night of the World 100. Well, it's been a gorgeous day here today, James. I mean, maybe even a little bit warmer than we would like. It's about 85 degrees outside right now, 6-mile-an-hour winds, and you got scattered clouds.
No smoke. Smoke was here yesterday.
Smoke was here yesterday. Yes, he was. We had smoke at Huset's earlier this year, I think it was.
I think he'll be back with us. But
he will.
Yeah.
Speaking of smoke, though, he was here yesterday.
Yes,
he will be back a little bit later on this evening. Smoke has appointed a brand new general manager here at Eldora Speedway. That gentleman joins our very own Ben Shelton from the Eldora Speedway Victory Stage.
Well, thank you very much, guys. And yes, I am down here with Levi Jones. Levi, the new GM of Eldora Speedway. Has that set in yet, that new job title?
That really hasn't set in. To be standing here on this stage, it's been a long time since I've been standing right here, but this is a huge thing for myself, my family. We're all so excited to be back here at Eldora, just kind of being the steward of this place. It's all about these incredible fans, these incredible race teams, all the big events. We just want we want to guide it along. Want everybody when they leave here to be ready to come back for another huge event.
Levi, the past few years, you've been with the Indy Lights. Before that, you were in management with USAC. But before that, you and Tony Stewart Racing have a much longer legacy. Talk about how you got started with Tony and what you guys were able to accomplish together.
Yeah, as a young race car driver, Tony gave me the opportunity of a lifetime to go to his program and run there 7 or 8 years, win quite a few championships, learned so much, work with him and Brett and everybody on that team, and the opportunity to come back here now just fits right. Just feels good to be here.
Now, you've multi-time USAC champion in the sprint cars, I believe a Silver Crown championship as well. But your wife, she loves late models, so you guys are a very well-rounded household when it comes to racing, and especially dirt track racing.
Right, I don't want everybody here tonight to think, oh, that's just a sprint car guy. You know, my kids make fun of me. I watch every dirt late model race on Flo as well. So, you know, just, you know, her dad raced dirt late models at Brownstown. She's got her 1989 World 100 shirt ready for Saturday night. Just big smiles all around for us.
Final question, as GM of Eldora Speedway, what are you most excited about?
Really everything. You look at this place and the events it has, we don't have to recreate the wheel. We just have to continue to make it as good as possible. Like I said, that everybody in these stands wants to be here, looks forward to coming here, as well as the teams and all the partners involved. It's a place that has something for everyone, from the suites to the infield to sitting on the hill or in the grandstands. It's no better place.
Race fans, how about a round of applause, the new GM at Eldora Speedway, Mr. Levi Jones. James, DJ, the family continues to grow here at Eldora Speedway.
Yeah, absolutely, and what a great hire Levi Jones is as well. I know that you have known Levi and his family for a while.
Right.
I've worked with Levi on the USAC side of things as well. I think he's an excellent choice, and it keeps the dirt roots planted right here at the Big E.
And his wife is Heidi Jones, who used to be Heidi Fleetwood.
That's right.
And her dad, good friend of mine, the late Lee Fleetwood.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
James, let's talk about car count real quick, because we've got 107 entries here tonight. That ties the highest car count here in about the last 10 years or so. An absolutely star-studded field, and I have got that coveted entry list right here in front of me this evening, man. It's a great-looking field of cars.
Well, no doubt about it. A couple of surprises who were pre-entered not here this weekend. That would be Mike Marlar and, of course, Drake Troutman, who leads the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year Chase Lucas Oil Series, was set to run the Viper Big Frog team, but they got their car tore up at Bedford, and he is not here tonight.
Yeah, those are just a couple of the drivers that aren't here, but there is a look at the drivers that are here this evening, and that's just some of them. They've got cars parked on the hill. They've got cars parked in the excess parking area as well. I think, do we have a graphic, Tiffany, that shows just a few of the notable entrants that are here this weekend at the Eldora Speedway? We got some of the ones last night. Hey, not a big deal, James, right? We know who's here. We know anybody that has a shot to win this race is racing with us here this weekend, and I think the big question on everybody's mind is, can anybody beat that 49 of Jonathan Devin?
Well, Hudson O'Neal beat him a year ago, and that's very rare. Hudson O'Neal, the defending World 100 champion, but again, last night had no impact on the points tonight. So every time they're on the track, qualifying, very important. And you thought, we had talked about it earlier about sandbagging and whatever. I don't know if you can really do that because of the point breakdown for the qualifying. So in each Group A, Group B, what is it? It would be the top 18. Now, the top 18 will be inverted. So whoever the 18th fastest is in Group A or Group B, they will be on the pole of their respective heat races, each one of each group, DJ.
All right, well, coming up next, we'll take a look at some of the upcoming events on FloRacing, and we will hear from Michael Rigsby down in the Kevin Kovac Memorial Infield. I'm about to call it the Infield Care Center. The Media Center is the Thursday portion of the 54th running of the World 100. We are live here at Eldora. Dave Poske's Performance Parts has been serving the Ohio River Valley and racers from all across the country since 1978, and they are the home to Hoosier Tire, Ohio Valley, and Octane Race Products. Stop in and shop all of the nation's top brands, including Winners Performance, Willwood Brakes, Bilstein Shocks, Hyperco Springs, Maxima Race Oils, Impact Safety Equipment, along with hundreds of others. You can also visit Dave Poske's Performance Parts online at Poske.com as we ship UPS and truck freight daily. Dave Poske's Performance Parts, serving the Ohio River Valley and racers all across the country since 1978.
Hey race fans, picture this, a tap house with 46 taps where you make all the choices, paying by the ounce as you try all of your favorites on our unique self-serve pouring wall. Sure Shot Tap House offers something for everyone, from crafts, ciders, and seltzers to old favorite domestics, bourbon, and wine. Oh, and let's not forget our awesome beer-inspired food menu. So race fans, while at Eldora, be sure to check out the Sure Shot Tap House. Online at SureShotTapHouse.com, just right down the road in Greenville.
For 45 years of experience, Buzzy Racing has mastered the art of drivetrain specialties, spanning from dirt to asphalt tracks. You're not just a customer, but a valued member of our family, embraced by the tradition and passion embedded in every Buzzy build. We cover everything from rebuilding and selling drivetrain components, offering custom Buzzy parts, steering box services, and ensuring top-notch maintenance and support for braking systems. We are committed to excellence in helping racers maintain a competitive edge on the track. Get it Buzzy built.
Premier Health was first in the region. First emergency room, first ICU. We created the first ambulance in the air. We broke records. We made history. Our 110 years of experience were gained for this one split second.
We're gonna take you to Miami Valley Hospital, okay?
We were granted level 1 trauma verification, the highest level of care for critically injured and sick patients. We treat patients that other hospitals can't. We are the most experienced. Premier Health.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 54th Annual World 100. And Randy Weaver, as far as the eye can see, cars are parked on this Thursday evening. Campers are settled in for the now 3-day remainder of this weekend. Hey, listen, we keep saying it over and over. I think this might be the biggest World 100 ever. Randy, I think it might be the biggest World 100 ever by the time Saturday night rolls around. Michael Rigsby, Randy Weaver inside the Infield Media Center here at Eldora Speedway. Randy, a few notes that I wanted to get to before we get to hot laps tonight. You've walked around the pits so much today, and the common theme is guys talking about this new format with no B mains, the urgency in these heat races, right? You qualify well, then they invert 6. They take the top 8, but you start that feature based on your finishing position, not your points position. That has been something guys have been talking to you about over and over, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's usually we walk around and we have to try to pry and figure out, what's on their mind, but everybody I talked to today was asking me, what about the new format? What do you think? Is it going to be better? But what they have noticed now, you line up exactly where you finish that, so you're the fastest. Then you start 6th, and one of them said one bad slider in turn 1, you're 9th out of the show going down the back chute. So it's going to make a lot of urgency and probably some not so clean sliders, and it's going to be really interesting to see how it shakes out.
We had 6 heat races last night with 0 cautions. Something tells me because of that tonight, we will have cautions tonight in those 6 qualifier races. Remember, 6 qualifiers, no B mains. You and I were taking a look at the racetrack. Listen, no secret, it rubbered last night, right? It took rubber. We're not going to hide that fact. Absolutely, there's more water on it today than there was 24 hours ago.
Oh, yeah, and they're still trying to get it rolled in. They've got way more aggressive with the water truck, and they had to see and make sure the base was there so they could get aggressive tonight. And Here's what that means. That urgency is going to just happen at a higher rate of speed, which we will definitely have cautions.
I'm a big Marvel movies fan, and Kevin Kovac wrote a story today about JD being inevitable, right? And if you're a fan of the Avengers, Thanos is inevitable, right? And inevitability, many of the folks in the pit area continue to refer to Jonathan as inevitable. Quickly, Randy, is it that simple? Is the 49 inevitable the rest of the weekend?
Well, stats, you can't rule him out, but here's what changes. Last night, I think, was his track condition 110%. In that condition, then he's unbeatable. Now we've changed track conditions and we've changed formats. Now we've got guys kind of in over their head trying to make sure they can get in the show and get a good spot. I'm not saying I wish bad luck on anybody, but when you're out there racing at these speeds at the biggest race, things can happen. So now you got to play a little defense with offense, and that's what might make him a little vulnerable for tonight or tomorrow night. But when it comes Saturday night, he's going to be tough.
He is Thanos on Saturday. Quickly, Levi Jones, you met him, the new GM. I'm a late model guy. People know this. He's from Olney, Illinois. He told me the only reason they didn't have a late model growing up, his dad couldn't fit it in the garage. That's why he became a sprint car driver. Busy week and coming weeks on the Flow platform. Let's take a look at that now. Upcoming events that you can expect to see on FloRacing, including Castrol FloRacing Night in America back at I-75 next week. The Fonda 200 for the Short Track Super Series. High Limit, not only at Port Royal tonight, flip over to that, flip back and forth tonight between the Tusky 50 and the World 100. Lucas Oil Late Model Knoxville Nationals in late September. And right back here in 2 weeks, the 4 Crown Nationals. If you like this gear that Randy and I are wearing, or at least that I'm wearing, I don't think we sell the very professional polo shirt online, but if you like the gear that I'm wearing, don't forget, take your phone out and scan this QR code. Flow merchandise is available right here. New hoodies available as well. Brand new hoodies just went on the website today. Shop Flow Sports, check that out. Get your phone out, scan this QR code. Randy, I think we'll give you a hoodie. You don't have to buy one, but if you didn't at home, have your friends scan this QR code.
I was fixing to scan it because I wasn't waiting on you to get me one.
I think that's a shot at me. Please scan the QR code, Shop Flow Sports. The pack truck's on the bottom of the infield. We are getting very close. We'll step away for our final commercial break at the pre-race show. James Essex and Dustin Jarrett on the other side. We are live from the 54th World 100 in Rossburg, Ohio.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eldora for night number 1 of the 54th World 100. Cars are in the staging lane. The world-famous Eldora pack trucks are making their final trips around this racetrack, and we are going to get underway with the first set of Dirt Draft Hot Laps here momentarily. James, there are a lot of new wraps here this weekend, including Bobby Pierce. See the Italian Stallion, the Rocky-themed wrap on him. Tanner English and Zach Mitchell, the Coltman Farms Racing entries, brand new wraps on the side of their race cars. So worth noting as well that these are not all of the special wraps.
Right, there's the Perminator.
The Perminator, I love it. Yep, the Perminator, Dalton Wilson, Chris Madden behind the wheel of the G.R. Smith owned entry this weekend, the 44.
Ricky Arnold turning the wrenches for Ricky Thornton Jr. Madden will be back with the team at Knoxville. There's Tyler. How about the Langenfelder Mechanical? Nice looking race car. They're all fantastic. I hope we have the Stricker streak. We better have the Stricker streak somewhere with Adam Stricker in a throwback to Pat Patrick in the 1980s. There's Corey Hedgecock. Is that Corey Hedgecock? Yes.
Yes, it is.
And
I love that.
23V, the Eagle BMF. Nick Hoffman. How about that? That's when he drove for Scott for, what, a year?
Yep.
Basically.
Pretty much.
The NH right there in the zero. And Nick winning a heat race here last night. Currently tied with Bobby Pierce for second in the World of Outlaw Series points. Here's the current World of Outlaw points leader, that Valvoline Dude Wipe Speed 5. I know you love it because you're a big hunter.
I'm a big hunter. Big deer hunter. So I love that one. I love that one a lot. That looks really good. Devin Moran sporting a little camo on the side of the Roger Sellers number 99. There he is.
There it is. Thank you, Tiffany. Oh, man. Thank you, Adam and Kyler. I tell you, and Joe Stricker, that's Adam's grandfather. He owned Bruce Gould's car, who won here the very first World 100 in 1971. In fact, Joe Stricker finished in the top 10 of that race. So did Chuck Greenslate's dad. I believe ran 6th in the first World 100. This year, a record $5,400 just to start. You know what it paid to start in 1971, Dustin Jarrett?
$1,000.
$25 to start the race.
I was bidding. I bid too high. I went over.
10th place is $7,000, Ben Shelton.
Yeah, I took $1 there, DJ, so I won. Man, I tell you what, there are so many great cars here, and you talked about the Stricker streak, and I liked Ricky Weiss's car. You just saw the 20th anniversary for him. But it wouldn't be the World 100 without fresh looks. And you see Ryan Gustin, that is a throwback to, was it 2006, DJ, when Todd Cooney won one of his wins at the Super Nationals. And Todd's on the mend. And Todd, we know you're at home watching. Look forward to having you back at the racetrack. But a cool surprise they did for that car owner.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That was the year that it was that Cooney won the Boone Super Nationals. Going on this week, by the way. Shout out to all of our friends out there in Boone, Iowa as well, as they have just about got this racetrack rolled in here for night number 1. I am excited about this new format, and here's the reason. This is not a paid statement. I will just give you my honest thoughts.
Because we don't get paid to do this. People don't realize that, right?
That is 100% fact. We do it for the love of the sport.
Yes.
But again, it gives the little guy a little more of a chance. I think. Well, how many times have we seen a guy qualify good and then have something happen later on? Right.
We heard at the dream, they could run one night. They didn't run the next night or vice versa, and it was like, I want to see all the guys in one night, right?
Yeah.
In both nights. So now you got that.
Absolutely. James, did you set your Dirt Draft fantasy lineup?
Did you set it for me?
I did see, because
You've got to have Pat Patrick and the Strickers.
You got it.
You did it. You did it. You did the Stricker streak, Pat. Gene Petro, former track champion here. His brother Russ is here. Russ has never missed a World 100. He's been here every year since 19. How about Floyd Gilbert, flying Floyd Gilbert, Pat, John Lawhorn, yes. You've got to have John Lawhorn on there.
And, of course, Don
and
Hobbs
the late, great Don Hobbs.
Yep.
On there, passed away last week. A 5-time starter in the World 100, finished 4th here in 82. Who did you have on there?
Well, that's my starter lineup. Kind of like in the morning, I have a starter coffee, and then I have like my actual, 4 shots of espresso latte later. I have a starter lineup. And then if I get an opportunity, during one of our commercial breaks, I may go in and tweak that before our first shootout a little bit later on.
How about the Wood Tick winner? Out there on the track, the Jim Weber Motorsports car. That is Frank Heckenass Jr., the 99 Junior, out of Frankfort, Illinois.
Biggest win of his career.
Yep. And, of course, we know this guy here, former Eldora Speedway track champion, driving Chad Stapleton's car in the JB Salvage entry. That is K-Rob, Kent Robinson out of Bloomington, Indiana.
Again, 107 entries here. Oakley Johns, we saw him last night, the Hohenwald, Tennessee driver, 2 wins on the year for the 27-year-old in that J. Dickens-powered rocket chassis, the C6. See who pops up next on your screen. Jensen Ford, he wasn't with us last night. He is with us here this evening, though, out of Johnson City, Tennessee, in the Modco-powered TNT race car for John Minen of Mining Construction.
John Minen out of Adams, Tennessee, the car. There's the Wells car. That'll be the Brandon Overton, former World 100 winner out of Evans, Georgia, in the Wells & Sons Motorsports. That is an Infinity chassis, Clements powered, yes.
Do you remember when Eddie Carrier Sr. drove that car?
I do, and I remember Chuck McWilliams when he drove that car. And also another driver, for those in the Bluegrass State to remember the late, I think he passed Harold York. Harold York, who later drove the 41 car. I talked to David Wells earlier, and that was for his brother Paul Wells, who passed away last year. So it was also the 18 car, which was Chuck McWilliams' number back in the day. That was also an 18 car. But Eddie Carrier Sr., oh my gosh. The 2 most iconic cars in Daily Motor Race, both number 68, right, DJ? Tim Hitt, and you have the Beeman Lumber. How about Adam Stricker? That is fabulous. The Stricker streak right there. It's the inside of the spoiler. Unbelievable. How about Spencer Hughes? He hasn't been around long enough to have a throwback car, has he?
I don't know, not yet.
The JC Motorsports guy, that team based in Birmingham, Alabama, the Yellow Hammer, Link Construction. Great job by Chris Link last night singing the national anthem.
Absolutely. There's the 89. White.
White, I know.
For the first time since he had a modified, right?
I think he said 07.
Oh, my.
When he first was driving modified.
It's Mike
a
Spatola.
White car for Mike Spatola, former multi-time track champion at Fairbury, Illinois. He's out of Manhattan, Illinois.
There's the Aussie. That is Kai Blight. He's got a heat race win and a prelim here a few years back. The Western Bunbury driver, Stormy Scott, they had hauler issues on the way here. They brought the car in on a flatbed, on an open trailer, a flatbed.
Did they have to use Galvin's open trailer to bring?
They might have.
The Category 5 for the Las Cruces, New Mexico driver.
And is that trouble for them? No, just slowed up a little bit.
Hayden Cowan out there in the 14 car with us here this weekend out of Rincon, Georgia, in the Supply Chain Management Rocket, Mullins Power Under the Hood. There's the 17 car. Andy Clark, I think he was here last time, but he did not race right. Mackinac, Illinois, his hometown, first trip to Eldora.
The Mutiny Motorsports Pro Power Longhorn for Andy Clark.
We've got Metal Militia, and what's Team Mutiny?
Mutiny Motorsports.
Love it.
I think,
where is Mackinac? Is he running like Spoon River or Peoria?
Yes.
I think so.
I've been across the Mackinac Bridge before.
There you see Brandon Overton, that Wells car, Infinity chassis, Garntos Southern, big dog stump and tree removal for the current Hunt the Front points leader in Brandon Overton. I really like the Wells wrap. I don't know. I just love that. You remember when Big Eddie drove that car? Yeah, I think it was back in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
Probably in the 80s as well, but
hey, Hayden Cowan had a good qualifying effort last night, started up front in the seat race, and there is the fastest driver in Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 1. It is Brandon Overton, the 2021 World 100 champion, Ben.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, you talked about Stormy Scott. They left on Tuesday. They had injector issues in the hauler. They've had multiple issues with the new hauler. He said this is only their 15th race of the year. Between that and building race cars, they haven't had much luck. They rolled in today with the flatbed trailer and 2 little box trailers with all their parts down there. It is quite the scene down next to Ashton Winger's pit area for Stormy Scott.
And, of course, been the race shop there in Glasgow, Kentucky, where Jason Durham resides.
That's right, and they build the race cars over at Bruceville Performance. So there's all, over around Knoxville. There's a lot going on there, and they've got a handful of Category 5s here this weekend. We'll see what they can do here tonight.
All right, there's Garrett Alverson, the 58 car. Currently 6th in the Lucas Oil Late Model Series points in that Kenneth Peth Roberts entry out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Bill Sports Shop entry, the 101. The 101 service driven to save lives. supporting Brian Clausen. That is Forrest Trent. Forrest Trent out of Morristown, Tennessee in the 101.
Where is the Reaper, Ryan Gustin? We talked about him in that Todd Cooney throwback from 2008 or 2006 rather, when Todd Cooney won the Boone Super Nationals in the late model. It's a brand new Infiniti by Wells this weekend for him. The 45, Kyle Hammer, pair of wins on the year for the driver of the Durham-powered Longhorn out of Clinton, Illinois.
And behind him in the 3, well, it's actually the 8 car, the little 1 there. That is Brian Shirley. That's a Team Zero Bloomquist car out of Chatham, Illinois, the Bob Cullen Racing Thomason Express entry. And that car number 8, of course, had mechanical issues last night. They put another power plant under the hood here today. For Brian Shirley, always strong here, though, especially the last few years in that Team Zero car out of Chatham, Illinois. He is currently 7th in the World of Outlaw Series points.
Not a brand new wrap this weekend, but debuted this brand new wrap a few weeks ago, and that looks sharp. It's tricky Tristan Chamberlain in the 20 TC. We mentioned last night that he got his first win on the year last weekend at the newly reopened Montpelier Motor Speedway.
Happy birthday to Mom, right? Stephanie.
Happy birthday to Stephanie. It's another September 5th.
So Dustin, Jared Hudson, O'Neill, Stephanie Chamberlain.
Yeah.
Anybody else out there?
I mean, several good people born on September 5th.
I think everybody knows your birthdays today. They've all been to the... Be sure to tip your bartender, folks.
That's right.
In honor of DJ's birthday today,
That's right.
please.
Candace Tunkett celebrating a birthday today as well.
Oh, really? Okay, cool.
How about that? Yeah.
Hey, our thoughts and prayers. I know Jeff Gullett is going to be here. His mother-in-law passed away this week, so they had the funeral yesterday. So I believe he is on his way to Eldora. But thoughts and prayers to Jeff Gullett.
And I just saw Gullett yesterday as well. Look at that. Speaking of brand new wraps, he just unloaded that car.
Got the maple leaf.
Ricky Weiss, yeah, and it's when you look at it from above, it looks like the Canadian flag. Looks like the Canadian flag flopping in the breeze. Mike Norris here. Oh, in trouble for Garrett Alberson, who gets into the wall in Dirt Draft Hot Laps.
Oh, man, in the Baltus Classic winner, we'll take a look at the Roberts Racing 58 car. Coming off that big one at Port Royal 2 weeks ago on a Friday night, and then Sunday here at Baltus Classic. Oh my, it just turned to the right.
Oh man, that's a hard hit.
And guys, watching what happened to Garrett, it looked like, Randy Weaver, I'll get your opinion too, it looks like maybe he cut a right front tire down perhaps. That's what got Ashton Winger last night in hot laps and knocked him out of the show. They've gone to a backup car, blew a tire. Randy, what did you see from that replay?
Yeah, definitely something broke. I mean, it turned hard right, and at that speeds, even when it's slimy, it's still a hard hit. But that's one thing I'm looking at doing maybe on our tech tip tonight. They told them at the driver's meeting that you had to have a minimum of 14 pounds of air in the right front to keep from having issues. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but you can see right there it definitely turned dead right on him.
How helpless is that feeling in the driver's seat when you see that coming at you?
Well, the thing is, the steering wheel turns in just a handle. You're hanging on for dear life, and you know, you're trying to get on the brakes, of course, but it's too late at that point.
Well, they are going to qualify here in this second group. Again, there's Group A and Group B. Group A qualifies against each other. They'll be divided up into 3 12-lap shootouts. And again, we'll take the top 8 out of those, and the fastest 2 qualifiers in each of the groups, they will start shotgun on the field here tonight. So a lot of work done. R.C. Whitwell, the crew chief, boy, he has come on board, DJ, over the last, 3 or 4 months, and what a difference he has made in that team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, he just... Yeah, I mean, RC's been good. Garrett has been good. You know, we talked about coming in, maybe one of the most consistent teams in the country. And, guys, it's just a tough break for the 58.
Yeah, they're going to head back to the pit area. We'll try to get an update. Also wanted to talk about, I believe he's going to be on the back straightaway by now. How about the year Michael Norris had? A 4-time and now defending track champion at Lernerville Speedway, 12 wins on the year. And guys, it's been a minute since we've had Michael Norris here at Eldora Speedway. It's good to have him back.
Absolutely. Norris, and by the way, James, won 8 of the 10 weekly late model features at Lernerville this year.
Yeah, what a great racetrack and facility. The Thompson family, as you see Alberson on the hook, and he is parked in the infield, so they'll be able to hopefully get that car fixed. How about Jason Fager, the current Mars Series points leader? You like that?
I do. I do, man.
Real quick
Norris.
update. Yes, a Norris update. So Michael Norris is Michael Norris's father. So we have Michael Norris. Right. Of course, I'm Michael Norris.
Right.
He had a son. Congratulations. Guess what he named him?
Oh.
Chuck Norris.
Nope. Try again.
Michael Norris III.
Jack Norris. So
Jack
congratulations.
Norris.
Yeah.
That's all right.
It's all right. It's awesome. Yes. So Michael.
So
Michael
how
and
is
Jack.
Uncle Chuck Norris? How is your uncle doing?
Doing well.
Good.
I'm looking over surveying the damage on the 58. That is not good. So I will talk to the crew and see if they can make the repairs here tonight and what's going on.
Thank you for the Norris family tree here tonight. You didn't have
You're
that
welcome.
on your bingo card, did you, Dustin?
I did not have a Chuck Norris reference on my bingo card. Oh, man. Hey, Jeff Babcock's the fastest driver in this
The Wayne
session
Hurricane.
of Dirt Draft Hot Laps right now. This track picks up speed. I talked to Jeff. I can compare that. Now, that is still the Parker Price Miller car. It's actually PPM's stepdad owns that race car, and Jeff running it some just, from time to time and everything. Just put a new wrap on it here within the last week or two. He told me down there in the pits. A little earlier, Ricky Weiss.
Turk Enterprises.
Miss Dave Turknowitz with the walrus-like mustache.
There's Ashton Winger, the 12 car. Ashton Winger currently third in the hunt for front points in that Jeff Matthews number 12. And there's the 20 TC, the Cake Nozzles entry. Owned by Wayne and Holly Gibson out of Cherubusco. You ever been to Cherubusco, Indiana?
I have been to Cherubusco, Indiana.
They own that car. Of course, Richmond, Indiana's Tristan Chamberlain right there.
Hometown of Todd Sherman.
Yes, the 65 modified.
Yes,
that's right. Very good. Ryan Gustin in that Todd Cooney car. Tim Douglas, the crew chief, 15.437. How about Jordan Kohler? 15.738 in that 114. His first time to try to make the World 100. Was he here at the Dream? We saw him at Florence, right? He was at the Sunoco North-South 100.
Yeah, he was here back at the Dream.
Yeah.
I thought he was at the World last year, but maybe not.
All right, Mike Norris, do we have a report on Garrett? We got the camera on Garrett Alberson's car, and that's, wow.
I don't think he was here at the Dream.
There you see R.C. Whitwell and Garrett and explaining what
Yeah,
happened.
yeah,
That's
guys,
right.
I'm down here. Garrett, real quick. I'm sorry, what happened?
Something broke. I went into turn one and just fell to the ground, and off she went. So I'm not sure what happened, but yeah, we might be in a bind here. So we're gonna try to get a backup car out.
There you go, guys. There's the update.
Norris,
I believe they can go to, now it used to be, of course, for years, you remember Scott Bloomquist silver anniversary car crashed in hot laps. They would not allow backup cars back at that time period, but I think they do now, so we will have to see how that pans out. There's Jason Fager. He's really having another good year, back-to-back years for the Bloomington, Illinois driver in that cheap cars entry. Good to have Doug DeMint back sponsoring race cars. Glad to see his health is a lot better. But Jason Fager, again, the current Mars Series points leader.
Yeah,
defending champion. Yep.
Defending series champion there with the Mars Series, as well as we got a few other drivers on the track for this session of Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Chase Younghands back in action here in the 18. Younghands Motorsports, Bozard Ford sponsored entry out of Manhattan, Kansas. Behind him is going to be the 21, the Big Show, Robbie Hensley, three-time Florence Speedway track champion out of Walton, Kentucky, in the Dargy-powered Rocket chassis. And he will be followed by the Perminator. Your Terminator impression was great last night, by the way.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
The Perminator this weekend, it's Big Perm Dalton Wilson, that James Ratliff Racing 18Ds out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. Now 3 wins on the year after getting that win at Portsmouth Raceway Park last Friday.
Currently 7th in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series points. There's Travis Stimler, Ionium, Michigan, his hometown, in car number 4. What was that statistic I saw on Dirt on Dirt? Only Jeep Van Wormer and J.R. Hodovy from the state of Michigan have made the World 100 like in the last 15 years.
Oh, my.
Does that seem possible?
That does not seem possible.
I thought Jeep told us he was going to run this weekend. Didn't he tell us that?
He did.
Remember when he and Kent Robinson come up here?
Yeah, I do remember that when they came.
They had visited the bar earlier, right?
That may have had something to do with all of it. Yes. Yeah.
There's Cody Summer, the DRT car, out of Mooresville, North Carolina, the Gateway Dirt Nationals promoter. Jonathan Davenport, 15.392, DJ, picking up where he left off. It don't matter if it's tacky, dry, slick, whatever, right?
Man, 49 is good, man. He's got Eldora figured out. Yeah, it reminds me a little bit, remember Donnie Schatz at one point had won, 9 of 10 Knoxville Nationals or whatever. I mean, it's just, when
he
you're
can only
good,
win one tonight, though.
Yeah, that's right. When you're good, you're good. When you got stuff figured out, you got stuff figured out, and that's just how it is, man. And I mean, when you're on top of the mountain, it takes a Herculean effort to try to knock you off that mountain. And that 49 team is they're there right now. Who is that? It says the Shark. That is not the Silver Shark.
No, it's not the Silver
It's
Shark.
not the Land Shark.
It's not the.
is...
You talked about Davenport's dominance.
Clay Harris.
Oh, Clay Harris, yes. He's the shark. They're out of Jupiter, Florida. We talked about the 90s. You know, what was it? You had the stretch there from late 80s through the early 2000s. 9 of the 11 World 100s were won by either Donnie Moran, Billy Moyer, or Scott Bloomquist. The only other drivers to win during that period were Jack Boggs and Steve Francis.
That's right. That's exactly right. John Hotchkiss, he finally got some help, by the way.
Who's helping him?
It's a potpourri of folks.
Alatala?
It might be the
What about
Hotchkiss
Lou Bradish?
construction. Yes, former.
Steve Baker may be down there.
Yeah, I saw Steve Baker here, the one of the newest entrants to the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Fame. There's Will Harrington out of Hawkinsville, Georgia, in the 14.
He is currently in 9th in the hunt the front points. There's the Steve Lance. It's been a while since Steve Lance Jr.'s raced.
Yeah.
Formerly out of Cuba, Illinois, now living in Peoria, Illinois. Tim's brother, Steve Lance Jr., a former longtime regular there in Central Illinois.
Yeah, and you heard us mention last night, that is a throwback to Steve Lance Sr.'s car from back in 71, 72. There's Dustin Nobby.
Steel block.
Here this weekend.
Got a steel block under the hood. His couple of main motors open. He was at Florence in a crate motor. Did the best he could, but it's like taking a knife to a gunfight, right?
That's
what he said.
That's
right. And he's looking forward to 2025, and he'll have all of his power plants should be back for him there. There's the 57 car, the Coleman Farms entry. That'll be Zach Mitchell. Zach Mitchell out of Emery, South Carolina.
Yeah, 4-time Ultimate Series champion, and there's a driver that is 6 for 6 at Tyler County this season. That is the Back to the Future wrap for Tyler Carpenter. Who could forget the 17th to first run that he had here in the first 25 laps of the Dirt Track World Championship last October. There's his dad. Yep, the C4, Fast Freddy Carpenter. I talked to Fast Freddy in the pits a little earlier as he is trying to make the World 100 for the first time. The driver out of Parkersburg, West Virginia. Throwback wrap for Jimmy Owens in the Kohler Motorsports Reese Monument Company, number 20.
There's the 22 car. Have you seen Robbie Allen? I saw him last night. My goodness, he looks good.
The slim Robbie Allen.
The slim Robbie Allen. There's Greg Satterley out of Indiana, Pennsylvania. The 86 car, that is Ross Bales. Ross Bales out of Clover, South Carolina, in car number 87. He's with us at Florence for the Sunoco North-South a few weeks ago. Jonathan Davenport, DJ, still the quickest here in Dirt Draft Hot Laps. 15.392, then Jimmy Owens, Ryan Gustin, and Tyler Carpenter. Man, that run last October in the Carl Schwartz Dirt Track World Championship means, but he was not around at the end. What a win that would have been, right? 17th to 1st for the 2-time Gateway Dirt Nationals winner, Tyler Carpenter.
Absolutely. Jimmy Owens was the fastest in that group, and there's Mac Daddy, Dale McDowell, getting strapped into the 17M, one of just 8 drivers that have won the Dirt Late Model Dream and the World 100, 23-time starter in this event, and he has not finished outside the top 10 in the last 10 years. By the way, he's made this race 16 years in a row.
We brought him good luck back in February.
That had to be one.
If he's not going to run East Bay in October, he just needs to come up and sit with us, you and I.
That's right.
Weekend, right?
That's exactly
the grand finale at East Bay. Don't forget Carl Schwartz Dirt Track World Championship. That'll end the year here at Eldora. October 17th, 18th, and 19th. Tickets on sale right now at EldoraSpeedway.com. That'll pay $100,000 to win. Plus, we'll have Todd Fraunhofel's Steel Block late models. We'll have the modifieds and street stocks as well, which Doug Drown leads the points on that. So, again, tickets available at EldoraSpeedway.com, October 17th, 18th, and 19th.
All right, well, we're going to cross the cars over here, get the cars from the upper side down to the lower side and vice versa. If you're watching at home, we'll step aside briefly to thank the folks that make this broadcast a possibility. It's Dirt Draft Hot Laps. We're halfway through that here this evening on the opening night of the 54th running of the World 100 here at Eldora. Welcome back to the opening night of the World 100 here at Eldora. We've crossed the cars over from the upper side to the lower side and vice versa. And we've got the next wave of Dirt Draft Hot Laps. James making their way out on the Speedway, and they're going to be led out by the high side Tickler.
Kyle Strickler only is, his third late model race of the season. The Cat Industries a Longhorn car, G-Style Transport out of Mooresville, North Carolina, by way of Sinking Springs, Pennsylvania. Coming at you also on the main straightaway, the Capital House car, that'll be Shane Clanton. Shane Clanton, former winner of the World 100. Back in 2008, we've got 8 former winners in the house this weekend. And Shane Clanton, one of those. He is one of those drivers also that has won the World and the Dream. They're in car number 25.
Who else we got?
How many, though? There's 8 of those, right? Still,
8 of them, yeah.
That have run
absolutely.
the Dream and the World. How about Ricky Thorne Jr.? You've heard of that guy?
I have heard of him. He has not won the Dream nor the World. His
it's a
best
stock car race.
Yes, he did win $100,000 at Farley, Iowa last week in the XR Super Series Stock Car Sanctioned event. RTJ, his best finish 5th in this race a couple years ago. There's Cade Loudy, the young up-and-comer out of Rogersville, Tennessee, the 19-year-old in a DJ's, but it's not me, a DJ's performance-powered Masters-built race car for Beeman Lumber and JB Salvage.
Now out of Rogersville, Tennessee, as you mentioned, Captain Kirk, his dad. There's the Valvoline. Sober Kev registered number 1. This car won here a year ago. With Hudson O'Neill behind the wheel, it's Tim McCready. Tim McCready, the winner here in 2018 for Paylor Motorsports. He is out of Watertown, New York. The 31 out of Kingston, Georgia, the competition racing. Millwood Plumbing entry of Tyler Millwood in 31.
Other drivers on the track for this session of Dirt Draft Hot Laps. About Tyler Collins here for the very first time.
Third in the Northern All-Star points this year.
Yes,
first time here.
Yep, the Travis Kern-powered Capital race car. And the 11, there's Clay Stuckey, his first time here as well for the World 100. The Shreveport, Louisiana driver. Been a good year for him, 3 wins on the season for that Clements-powered Black Diamond number 15. There's your reigning Spring and Southern Schaefer's Oil Spring and Southern Nationals champion. It's D. McDonald McIntosh. In the 79, he's out of Dawsonville, Georgia. You saw just behind him that orange and white number 11. That's Stacy Bowles, a pair of wins this year at I-75 and a modified for the Clinton, Tennessee driver. That's a Vic Hill-powered Category 5 race car. There's the 6th of the Annie Hatcher-owned entry this weekend being driven by Ben Watkins, now a 2-time and defending Carolina Clash Series champion. And there's the Rocket 1, the fastest driver in that session of Dirt Draft Hot Laps, T-Mac Tim McCready out of Watertown, New York. Of course, Tim McCready, the 2018 World 100 champion, as we still got a camera down there keeping an eye on the 58 of Garrett Alberson, the winner of the Baltus Classic. And James, it looks like they've unloaded the backup car.
So they'll have to go through tech again. As you see, R.C. Whitwell. Of course, Danny back home. I know Danny watching. Baby Weston arriving, I believe, September the 25th, right during Brownstown, right?
Yeah.
Why not have a baby at the house that Essex built, right? That'd be your first.
What a better time.
That'd be your first. We can take her to Seymour. It'd be all good.
Hey, guys, real quick on Garrett Alberson, unloading the backup car, that's great. You always have one with you, but it's never ready for the racetrack you're at. So they're having to do a lot, changing shocks, springs, probably some where they got lead placed. A lot of things, because of course you never hope you have to unload it, so you're never prepared for the racetrack you're going to. So they still got a lot of work to do, but it's a good thing they do have the backup unloaded.
Well, you remember Randy Weaver the year after he won the last Lucas Oil Championship, Scott Bloomquist came to Golden Isles, was there late, unloaded the car, did not even have a rear end in the car. Randy Weaver, do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Of course, it's hard to keep one prepared all the time when you're running up and down the road, because you'll alternate cars a lot of times.
Right.
But when you're going from track to track, you never unload the backup car unless it's in this situation. So it's, might have shocks and springs on it for, Brownstown or something.
Right.
So
what do you think? He said something broke. What could have broken that car in the right front?
Well, when he said it dropped down first, usually that's a shock eye or some kind of suspension lower or something that gave way to let it drop down. And then when it does that, you definitely can't steer.
All right, Randy, great job. Thank you very much. Also out there, the C8, Prattsville, Arkansas. That is Timothy Cope, the bending seating and entry.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. There's the 10 car, the Kubota New Capital for Joseph Joyner. Joseph Joyner at the front out of Milton, Florida.
A new partnership with Capital Race Cars, the Capital Factory team. Very cool to see that. There's the 64, a first-time entrant here this weekend. The Greenville, Michigan driver of Luke Anstedt. And one of my favorite motors, it's the Fat Boy Strokers. The Fat Boy Strokers powered Bob Pierce race car for Luke Anstedt.
That is awesome.
You like that, don't you?
I like it. I remember when I saw it on the entry list. Devin Moran, 15,229. How about Matt Cooley with us? In the Matt Dooley, I'm sorry, not Matt Cooley, but
Close.
Matt Dooley. There's Devin Moran, the Big River Steel C&W trucking car. For Roger Sellers, Double Down Motorsports, 15,229 in 99.
Did you have a Fat Boy Strokers motor in that 74 Nova you used to have?
I don't believe Donnie Moran did. Donnie Moran was here last time. I talked to him and Brenda. Of course, I talked to Brenda more than I talked to Donnie. But
second favorite Moran, behind Savannah, of course.
She was on stage as well.
That's right. That's
last night. So, yeah, Devin Moran right now, he's currently third in the Lucas Oil Late Model Series points. Got a preliminary night win here during the Dream. His first win here at Eldora, gunning for that $57,000 paycheck here on Saturday night. It all begins tonight, as we will have qualifying coming up here shortly. We'll have 3 in each group. There'll be 3 12-lap shootouts. Top 8 will advance, and then the top 2 fast qualifiers out of each group will make the call here tonight. No B-mains, no heat races, no B-mains, just shootouts tonight, DJ, right?
I love it. I
like it,
man.
yeah.
Absolutely.
You were done last night at what time? It was nice.
Early. Early, yeah. And I like. Look, I'm old now. I mean, I'm a year older now. I mean, I'll be in, before you know it, I'll be in bed by like 8:30 or something after I watch Golden Girls.
It's nice of all the fans that have come up here today. Of course, they have to pass through security to get up here, and
they
bring you notes.
We
don't have any Oreos, do we? We got popcorn. Well, I heard there was popcorn here last night, but apparently not.
There is popcorn. Kimber Snake made some homemade chocolate chip cookies for us. We have. I hear that there have been drinks paid for at the Eldora bar. It's we love the fans.
Tip your bartenders. You'd say there's the 17. He can't even drink. Brendan Smith, what is he, 18?
He's 18. That's
18, right. So. Oh, man, Brandon Smith is currently third in the O'Reilly Auto Parts chase for Lucas Oil Late Model Series. There's the 28 car. Randall Edwards turning the wrenches on the new London, North Carolina driver. That is Carson Brown.
You almost said Carson Ferguson.
I almost said New London, Wisconsin, like Ben did.
That's right.
And our good buddy Terry Casey. There's the S21 car. He had a good qualifying lap last night. Could not turn it in the main event. That is Seth Daniels. Seth Daniels out of Jackson, Ohio. Jason Montgomery's his brother-in-law, right?
That's right.
We've gone over that. 93 car. There's the Paler Motorsports entry. The Coleman Farms Hoopaw grading. 93 of Carson Ferguson. He was second in the Baltus Classic here on Sunday night. He's currently fifth in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase. The 49 car, that is Luke Mooring. The Metal Militia. Did you ever find out what that was? Metal Militia.
Well, they got a nice stand down there.
Hey Cafe 49 car, formerly out of Zeeland, North Carolina.
There, that's for you.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you take that. I will handle the rest of this.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about Doug Drown.
Well, Doug Drown, I mean, a lot of accomplishments. He's the current stock car points leader here, though, behind the wheel of the Bob Doherty 21D in that division. And he's behind the wheel of his own number 12 this weekend. There's Rob Anderzak out of Swanton, Ohio now, in that Gressman-powered Longhorn APC Motorsports number 8. Who else we got? Chris Ferguson, out of Mountain Holly, North Carolina, led the first 14 laps in the World 100, the Clemens-powered Team Zero race car for the Patriot Meat Processing Spartan Transportation's entry. McDaddy, Dale McDowell in the 17M. We talked about him, the 57-year-old out of Chickamauga, Georgia, another Clemens-powered Team Zero race car for the Easy Go Shane McDowell Racing entry. Did you get
for
that?
the Luke Anstead, yes.
Yes, you are welcome. You are welcome.
I need to get Castleberry on the engine builder, the Fat Boy Strokers, for next year, right?
Fat Boy Strokers, and one of 2 Bob Pierce race cars in the house this weekend.
There's Bobby right there. Devin Moran still the quickest here in dirt hot laps. The Italian Stallion. There you have it. We still got more to go yet, don't we?
We do. I think we have one more group to go. One more group to go. Devin Moran is the fastest driver so far in the Group B session of Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Again, if you've not yet done so, set those Dirt Draft fantasy lineups. They got a really cool deal going on here this weekend from our great friends at Dirt Draft. They have got tickets to the Gateway Dirt Nationals. They have got a week-long, they got a Thursday, Friday, Saturday points deal going on. Just a ton of cool stuff. And again, I mean, I play. They're a sponsor of ours as well, but it's fun, man. It is a lot of fun to do Dirt Draft and all of that. Free t-shirts still to new subscribers. And the World 100 leaderboard starts tonight. They'll have prizes for the top 25.
Can we do Dirt Draft on Hayden Cowan's hair? Did you see that a while ago with Spencer Hughes? How do you get it like that?
Well, I can't get any anymore, so.
No, you're 65. 65. Have you got your AARP cards in the mail yet?
It's in the mail.
It's in the mail. It's in the mail.
It's on the way.
And your new car warranty. Make sure you renew that on the Vibe.
Yes. We saw Tyler Erb. There's a little head knocker. Trent Ivey behind the wheel of his own 88 this weekend.
Well, we've seen him in the G4 a couple of times this year, the Gary and Angel Shirling entry, but this will be, they're going to go crate racing, the G4, but Tyler says, I'm going to go super late model racing. And there's Clay Harris currently second in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase in the Lucas Oil Series, the Wilkerson Farms. Brian Green churning the wrenches on that 6. How about the run for Josh Rice last night? Now a two-time and reigning Northern All-Star champion, that Rick Jones Rocket number 11.
Yeah, absolutely.
Top 10 here one night ago.
There's the 96 of Tanner English. Made this race last year for the first time and got a top 5 run to Tanner English. Maybe one of the guys to keep your eyes on here tonight. There's Josh Rice. You were just talking about him, now two-time and reigning Northern All-Star Series champion behind the wheel of the 11R, now calling Crittenden, Kentucky home. The Noonan Performance Machining Black Diamond race car for Casey Noonan, former Oakshade 2022 Oakshade Raceway champion, the former American Late Model Series champion. That is not Tyler Erb in the 91. That's Stephen Roberts, as Chase Fronapple has gone around over in turns 3 and 4.
Looking out Winchester driver. How about Chase Fronapple? His story this year is tremendous. What is he a pastor? He's a pastor now, right? Yeah, that's awesome. And Chase, he's only, I don't know how many times he's racing. He was put his racing on hold. Go ahead, Ben. Yes.
First race of the year tonight.
Yep.
Tonight.
Wow.
First. Yeah, I talked to Todd down here a little while ago, his dad. He said this is just a lot of things been going on, as you said. This will be his first race of the season here tonight.
Out preaching the word. Gotta love it.
Absolutely.
Hey, speaking of that, how about Russ Ward, Dirt Racing Outreach DJ on Saturday afternoon after the memorial service for Scott Bloomquist? That'll be at 2 p.m. Saturday afternoon outside of turn number 4, Dirt Racing Outreach church service.
Yep, that'll be in the white tent just outside the old Baldus house here, as you said, just up outside of turn number 4 as we get back underway with Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Here this evening, our final session of Dirt Draft Hot Laps before we roll into Winter's Performance time trials here tonight. There's Mike Bargo in that Vic Hill powered Longhorn for Weddle Racing. John 316 entry. And that'll do it. Checkered flag in the air, and that is a wrap on Dirt Draft Hot Laps here tonight. So Devin Moran, for what it's worth, finishes with the quickest lap in Dirt Draft Hot Laps this evening with a 1:05.229. Tim McCready was second fastest, Garrett Smith third quick, Joseph Joyner fourth, and Hudson O'Neill was fifth quick. And we'll see if those drivers are able to parlay that into a good qualifying effort in Winter's Performance time trials coming up here in just a few moments.
As they go through Tire Tech, it's inside of turn 4. Oakley John scheduled to be the first qualifier. There you saw a shot of Brandon Shepard, current World of Outlaw Series points leader.
All right, well, you see the cars from the inside of the track making their way to the outside of the track. We'll step aside here momentarily. Up next, Winter's Performance time trials on night 1 of the 54th Annual World 100. You're watching it all live on FloRacing. Welcome back to the opening night of the 54th running of the World 100 here at America's greatest dirt track, Eldora Speedway. We're live on FloRacing, and James, the 58 crew of Garrett Alberson down there, they got the backup car unloaded and found out it was indeed a tire issue, as maybe suspected, and that was what sent that car into the wall. So they have got the backup car out. And as Randy Weaver mentioned, just because you have a backup car doesn't mean it's exactly ready to go for the specific race and track conditions that you see here tonight.
Yeah, and they're going to be coming out 19th here in this Group A, so they've made the best they could to get that car here to the shoot. And again, once you're past this line, there's a line in the middle of the pit area, you can't do anything to the car. So we'll see how that goes. You never know. We've seen people pull out backup cars and win races, so we'll see what happens.
That's exactly right.
Well, we're going to do 3 at a time, DJ, here. In Group A, it'll be Oakley Johns. He will be coming up first out of Hohenwald, Tennessee, trying to make his first World 100 this weekend in the Jeff Greer Zippy Autos, CFR Parts and Fabrication, Summertown Metals, Jolliffe Enterprises, Johns Timber, B&B Race Parts, Franklin Enterprises, Rocket J. Dickens. He'll be followed by the current World of Outlaw Late Model Series points leader, the defending Dirt Track World Champion. It'll be Brandon Shepard. He's out of New Bern, Illinois, the Shepard Riggs Racing. Coleman Farms, Dude Wipes, Valvoline, I-Beam Siding Doors, UNOH, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Sunoco Race Fuels, Longhorn, Vic Hill, and 68, the Stricker Streak is back, the red 68. Of Adam Stricker, he's out of Batavia, Ohio, on the Jim Beeman Lumber, Stainless Craft LLC, Players Choice Playing Cards, Stricker's Auto Parts, Affordable Todd's Wrecker Repair, B&B Auto Care, Valvoline, Fox Shocks, Longhorn Clements, for the driver that finished 5th in this year's Northern All-Star Points. That is Adam Stricker. Oh, DJ, if that didn't make your hair on your arm stand up on him, I give you goosebumps. As the first 3 out, here we go. Oakley Johns, Brendan Shepard, and Adam Stricker.
We'll see the early barometer set by the C6 of Oakley Johns, 16,131. Brandon Shepard, good lap, 15,484. And the new dad, Adam Stricker, 15,742. So Shep, 15,484 after lap 1. The time to beat Oakley Johns, second lap, not as good. He'll be third quick. Brandon Shepard even better, 15,468 on lap 2. And Adam Stricker, second lap, not as good. So Brandon Shepard sets the early bar and sets it pretty high here in Winners Performance Time Trials for Group A, 15.468.
Up next will be the 83 car at Johnson City, Tennessee. That'll be Jensen Ford. He'll be followed by the 99 junior out of Frankfort, Illinois, Frank Heckenash Jr., the 89 out of Manhattan, Illinois. That is Mike Spatola. Jensen Ford, he's in the John Minen Construction, Scooters Bar and Grill, Full Moon Graphics, Napa Auto Parts, Penske Shocks, TNT Pro Built. He'll be followed by Frank Heckenash Jr., the Storage Squares, Dirt Oval 66, into U Pullet, Longhorn Rhine, and in Mike Spatola, the TNS Heating, Cooling, and Refrigeration, Lake Norman Mechanical, Big Daddy Scrap, B&B Chemical, Illinois State Rifle Association, Steve's Performance, Fast Lane Wraps and Graphics, Country Chevrolet, Rocket Pro Built 89.
15,468, the time to beat by Brandon Shepard after the first trio of cars. Frankie's first lap time, third quick, first time around for his cousin, Mike Spatola, fourth fastest, and the first lap time for Jensen Ford, who's not related to them, by the way, and I don't know the Jensen Ford tripped the trigger. Second lap time for Frank Heckenash, not as good. Fifth quick, 1.6395. Second lap for Mike Spatola, better. Third quick, 1.5964. And the 83 of Jensen Ford is going to pull it in, and he did not pick up on the electronic timing and scoring system after lap number 1. So after 6 drivers have attempted a lap, Brandon Shepard, the time to beat, James, 15,468.
So check out the transponder, an 83 car. Up next will be former Eldora track champion. It'll be Kent Robinson. He's out of Bloomington, Indiana. He'll be followed by the 14 out of Rincon, Georgia's Hayden Cowan. And the 2S out of Las Cruces, New Mexico is Stormy Scott. Kent Robinson in the Dynamic Drivelines, Joe Gotzi Racing, RJ Excavating and Seal Coating, JB Salvage, SEMO Repair Service, Talon Center Racing, 31 Auto Group, Willie's Carb, Longhorn J. Dickens, Hayden Cowan. He's in the Supply Chain Management, Wise Forest Products, Edwards Interior, Harco Construction, and that is a Rocket Mullins. And then Stormy Scott in the Rancho Malaga Racing, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Eagle Moon Hemp Farms, Slicker Graphics, Category 5, Clements for 2S.
First lap time for Kent Robinson is good enough for 6th fastest. Hayden Cowan goes 5th quick. Stormy Scott, a good lap, James. He will be 2nd quick with a 1:56.88 after lap number 1, despite the hauler issues getting here. 2nd lap time for the former track champ Kent Robinson, 8th quick. 1:70.17. Hayden Cowan better, 5th quick, 1:5.972. And Stormy Scott, 2nd lap, not as good, but it won't matter. Brandon Shepard, Stormy Scott, Adam Stricker are your top 3 qualifiers after the first 8 cars.
What do people like to say? Haulers don't win races?
Decals don't win races either.
There you go. The 19M.
But we like when they look good.
Out of Meridian, Mississippi. Absolutely. Spencer Hughes, the JCM Motorsports entry, followed by the 11. That'll be Brandon Overton. Current Hunt, the front points leader out of Evans, Georgia. And Andy Clark in the 17 is Eldora debut out of Mackinac, Illinois. Scheduled to be out there. Spencer Hughes of the Yellowhammer Design and Construction, Clyburn Tank Lines, Boswell Oil, Neon Bubbles Car Wash, Link Construction, Fox Shock Steering Buddy, and Professional Concrete Cutting and Drilling. That's a Rocket Durham. Brandon over to the Garnto Southern, Big Dog Stumping Tree, Boswell Oil, RW Powell Construction, Hearst Constructions, All-Star Concrete, Harco Construction, Victory Fuel, Infinity Clements, and Andy Clark. The Mutiny Motorsports, RDV Racing, Longhorn Pro Power, Outpace Racing Product 17.
Did you get Jensen Ford? Jensen Ford is back out there.
No, my bad. Go ahead with Jensen.
Yes, Jensen Ford is 4th quick. Spencer Hughes 5th quick. Brandon Overton 2nd quick on lap number 1. So Andy Clark will go next time. Jensen Ford goes 3rd fastest. Good lap, 1:5.674. Spence 2nd quick. Good lap, 1:5.625. And Brandon Overton to the top of the leaderboard, 1:5.421 for the Wells and Sons Motorsports number 11.
A pretty good cushion so far. Up next should be the aforementioned Andy Clark. First trip to Eldora out of Mackinac, Illinois. The Longhorn Pro Power should be followed by the 1G. Was 11th in the Dirt Labeled a Dream here back in June. The current Brownstown points leader out of Columbus, Indiana, Devin Gilpin. East of the Don Fleetwood, Clarkson Logging, Insotech, South Central Roofing, Wheelman by Dasco, Blondie's Pizzeria, Rocket, Vic Hill under the hood this weekend, and in Kai Blight, the Paul Stubber Rocket Durham, Bar 31, Afterburner Performance out of Bunbury, Western Australia. And there they are, Andy Clark, Devin Gilpin, and Kai Blight. What a year for Gilpin. Not only came here for the dream, finished 11th, the final car in the lead lap, but he has been dominant at Brownstown this year, leading the points, looking for his 5th title there.
Absolutely. Andy Clark will go 11th quick on lap number 1 in the 17C. Gilpin trips the trigger 9th fastest his first time around. And here comes Kai Blight in the Paul Stubber 31. He will go 12th quick, 2nd lap time for the Mackinac, Illinois driver Andy Clark in the 17. 13th, 1:6.904, his best lap. Devin Gilpin, 9th best lap, 16 flat. And Kai Blight, 12th quick. His best lap, a 1:6.429. Nothing changes in the top 3. After 14 cars, it's Brandon Overton, Brandon Shepard, Spencer Hughes.
Not Brandon Hughes.
Not Brandon Hughes.
So Jensen Ford's not related to the Spatolas and the Heckeness. As far as we know, they're not. Maybe Sherry can tell us that. I know Sherry Heckeness.
Forrest Trent.
Former racer, the pink number 99, right? Sherry Heckeness, you remember her?
Oh, yes, I thought you were talking about Ben Miley.
The Pink Panther, Ben Miley.
Also a pink 99, yeah.
Yeah, hey, good job, Miles Moose. Miles Moose now driving the Brent McKinnon 26 car the rest of this year. Forrest Trent, he's out in the 101 out of Morristown, Tennessee, the Service 101 Trent Logging. Driven to save lives, a tribute to Brian Clausen, Longhorn, Vic Hill. And we should have Kyle Hammer. There's the 45 out of Clinton, Illinois, the Elite Contracting Services, Troy Page Excavating, Allgaier Motorsports, Shepherd & Sons Salvage Precision Recovery, Illini product of Longhorn Durham, and Tristan Chamberlain, he's in the Vision Woodworks, Cake Sewer Nozzles, Pardo's Towing, Gibson Motorsports, Infinity Spec Engine.
13th for Forrest Trent on lap 1, 11th quick for Kyle Hammer, and Tristan Chamberlain 10th fastest. His first time around. 2nd lap time for Forrest Trent is 14th quick, best lap 1:6.402. Kyle Hammer will trip the trigger 12th quick, best lap of 1:6.338, and Tristan Chamberlain better, good lap 7th quick, 1:5.805. We got 17 cars in Winners Performance Time Trials in Group A. Right now, Brandon Overton is the fastest. And again, after this, we will start the invert again. The top 18 drivers invert, the top 6 from each shootout inverted. That means the top 18 qualifiers inverted in both Group A and Group B.
Could have Daniel Hilsebeck back. Broke his wrist back in June. It was at Farley last week, and he's out of Earlham, Iowa. Followed by the 58 out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, Garrett Alberson. And the 7 out of Headingley, Manitoba, Canada. And living in Monterey, Tennessee, Ricky Weiss. Hilsebeck and the Hilsebeck Farms, Banning Chiropractic, Big Deal Car Care, RPR Race Graphics, MR2 Motorsports, Adams Snow Removal, Capital Clements, Garrett Alberson, the Messia Valley Transportation, Bill Sport Shop, Romer Machine and Welding, Orion Tire, Done Right TV, Longhorn Clements, and Ricky Weiss, the Derrick Sandblasting, G-Style Transport, Turk Enterprises, Dryden, Collins Brothers Towing, Weissner Trucking, Sniper Vic Hill.
12th for Hilsebeck, 8th for Alberson on the backup car, 14th for Weiss on lap number 1. Lap 2 for Daniel Hilsebeck. Good lap, 4th quick, 1.5663. Garrett Alberson, 2nd lap not as good, 9th quick, 1.5849 his best lap. And Ricky Weiss will go 14th quick, his best lap, a 1.6177. A good lap for Daniel Hilsebeck. He is 4th. Spencer Hughes 3rd. Brandon Shepard 2nd. Brandon Overton the time to beat right now. And winner's performance time trials in Group A with a 1.5421.
Jeff Badcock, you saw him there, the 7B car, Wayne, Ohio, in the Chalksticks Torsion Buyers. CA Customs, Craig Miller Trucking, Longhorn Cornet, followed by the 117, the Kiwi, out at Christchurch, New Zealand. That is Jackson Love Ladies and the Fox Shocks GWS Solutions, Mag and Turbo Service Center, Airpack Canterbury, and Scott's Construction, Warrior Pro Power. And then Ashton Winger, the 12 out of Hampton, Georgia, and the Jeff Matthews Motorsports, RVS Recreational Vehicle Select, Kaiser Manufacturing, Integra, Credit Union Remarketing Services, and Super K Express, Rocket Durham, number 12.
First lap time going up for the 7B of Jeff Babcock, 15th quick. First lap time for Jackson Lovelady is going to be 20th quick, and the first time around for Ashton Winger, who went to a backup car, is going to be 9th fastest. Second lap time for the former Eldora Speedway stock car track champion Jeff Babcock, not a bad lap. 9th quick, James, 1.5818. Jackson Lovelady improves on lap 2, 17th quick, a 1.6292. And Ashton Winger will bring the Jeff Matthews Racing 12 across the line, 10th fastest, his best lap time, a 1.5.844 after 23 cars. Brandon Overton the time to beat. Kyle Hammer currently 18th and on the bubble.
There you see Ryan Gustin up next to Todd Cooney Motorsports, number 30, currently 4th in the World of Outlaws Series points. He's out of Marshalltown, Iowa. He is in the Allen Seamless Guttering, Carl Chevrolet, VP Fuels by Heartland Maple Properties, Bernie Farms, Tim Douglas, the crew chief on the Infinity, Jay Dickens. Followed by the 72 now, 4-time Lernerville track champion, it'll be Michael Norris. He is out of Sarver, Pennsylvania, the DD Auto Salvage, Millerstown Pick Apart, Creel Recycling, Woods Rods and Custom, that's a Rocket Durham. And then Brian Shirley in 8L, the Bob and Lisa Cullen, that's a Team Zero Durham. Thomason Express, Hooker Trucking, Fox Shocks, Allgaier Performance, J&J Ventures Gaming, KBC Graphics, Ricky Lemon Motorsports, number 3S. Brian, well, it's 8L tonight. Yes, it's number 8. Let's just do that. It's
well, number 30 is number 3. Ryan Gustin goes to 3rd right now. Good lap, 1.5621. Norris 20th quick on lap 1. And the 8S13 whatever, Brian Shirley 1.5 something. Gustin second lap better, stays 3rd, 1.5552. Second lap time for Norris better, 14th, 1.5866. And Shirley jumps up to 5th, good lap, 1.5.654. It's now Overton, Shepard, Gustin, Hughes, Shirley the top 5. Oakley Johns on the bubble in 18th.
Yeah, Shirley currently 7th. The World of Outlaw points had that 3-race winning streak there a month ago. Jordan Kohler up next to 114. There he is. Out of Mount Airy, North Carolina, followed by the 219 out of Rankin, Georgia. It'll be Gavin Cowan. And the 5-star of Ionia, Michigan is Bryant Dickinson. Jordan Kohler in the Capital Ways Traffic Control Safety Services, Ultimate Towing Recovery, Ultimate Motorsports and RV, Park Rogers Realty and Auction Company, 5-star Metal Buildings. That's a Longhorn Cornet, Gavin Cowan, the Supply Chain Management LLC, SRI Performance, Bill Stein, 780 Limited, and Wise Forest Products, Longhorn Mullins LS1, and then Brian Dickinson, the BD&R Financial Services, Tex Morton, Lucky Dog Grooming, Live Like Sarah, memory of Sarah Donaldson, Forest Restoration, and Vanderveen Napa, 6 Lakes, Michigan. Sponsored the Laser Rhine of Dickinson.
3rd fastest, great lap for Jordan Kohler on lap 1. Gavin Cowan goes 22nd quick. And Brian Dickinson with a good-looking lap this weekend is 29th. Jordan Kohler on lap 2, 2nd quick. 1.5467 for the youngster out of Mount Airy, North Carolina. Gavin Cowan bumps up to 16th. 1:5.963, and the final lap time for Bryant Dickinson, a little better. He'll be 29th, 1:7.539. James, after 29 cars, Brandon Overton still the time to beat. Hayden Cowan now sits 18th and on the bubble.
Up next will be the 13 car making his Eldora debut here on Sunday night at the Baltus Class. It's going to be Cody Summer. He's out of Mooresville, North Carolina, the DRT, the Racing Technologies Chassis Vic Hill Power Plant under the hood. Followed by the 74X, that'll be Ethan Dotson. He's out of Bakersfield, California, the ASD Motorsports, SRI Performance, Torco Racing Goals, American Racing Pro Series, Boswell Penske Shocks, Tyler Austin Brashears, the crew chief on the Longhorn Clements, and then Robbie Hensley, his nephew Michael Robert Hensley, the crew chief out of Walton, Kentucky, the three-time Florence track champion in the iDrive Auto Sales. Hensley Trucking, Kentucky Auto Service, Base Race, Fox Shocks, Dog Academy, Rocket number 21 for the big show. Hang on, Robbie Hensley. The next three trying to beat Brandon Overton, 15.421.
Cody Summer, 27th quick, his first time around. Ethan Dotson, good lap, fourth fastest. 1:5.584. Robbie Hensley goes 29th. We'll see what Ethan Dotson has on lap number 2. Cody Summer brings the DRT chassis off. Good lap, 22nd quick, not bad, 1:6.168. Ethan Dotson does not improve on lap 2. He stays 4th, 15.548, his best lap, and Robbie Hensley jumps up to 20th with a 1:5.979. No change in the top 3, still Overton, Kohler, Shepard, and now Mike Spatola sits on the bubble in 18th.
Yeah, knocked the other Cowan brother out of there, didn't he? Because both of them were in the top 18 till a moment ago.
That's right.
All right, Chase Younghands will be up next at the 18. He's out of Manhattan, Kansas, followed by the 25. Out of Bloomington, Illinois, the current Mars Series points leader, Jason Fager. And the 49. Dirt Plate Pro Dream winner. He's currently second in Lucas Oil points. That is Jonathan Davenport at 49. Chase Younghands, these are the Younghands Discount Liquor Shop, Quick Convenience Stores, Bozard, Ford, Lincoln to St. Augustine, Florida, Grant Petroleum, Rocket Clements, Jason Fager, the Titan Industries, Corrosion X, Outpace Racing Products, Harlem Enterprises, Griffin Signs, Rosser Battery, Digital Copy System, Sheep's Cars, Hoker Trucking, Longhorn Clements, Jonathan Davenport, Nutrient Act Solutions, Dynagrow Seed, Bobcat of Batesville, Mark Martin Automotive, Mega Plumbing of the Carolinas, Longhorn Clements this weekend for the Double Motorsports 49.
Chase Younghands 12th, Jason Fager 4th, Jonathan Davenport 9th. After lap number 1, lap 2, Younghands 14th, best lap 1:5.788. Fager had a good first lap, second lap not as good, fourth quick 1:5.520. Davenport was 9th quick on lap 1. He'll stay 9th quick, second lap not as good. His best lap time is a 1:5.657. So, after 35 cars in Group A, Brandon Overton still the time to beat with a 1:5.421, and Garrett Alberson now on the bubble with a 1:5.849.
And your next three will be Travis Stimler in the 4 car of Ionia, Michigan, followed by the 18 out of Wequa, Illinois. That is Shannon Babb, and the M27 out of Marseilles, Illinois is Mike Provenzano. Travis Stimler, he's in the Great Lakes Directional Drilling, Cusack Collision, Fisk Trucking, AP Smiley, Contracting, C&L Truck, McAllister Cat Rentals, Aikens Beef Farm, Norton Equipment, that's an Infinity Pro Power, Shannon Babb at the Petro Towing, Dynagrow Seed, Donnelly Trucking, CJI Piping and Fabrication, Keebler Ultra Oil, Getty Landscaping, Longhorn, Vic Hill, and Mike Provenzano, the Pitbull Motorsports, Country Automotive, GNR Cab Company, StoreIndoor.com. Aaron Builders, Beautiful Bellas, and Custom Welding, Pierce Platinum Pro Power M27.
Stemler 24th, Babb 26th, Provenzano 27th. After lap number 1, lap 2 for the 9-time winner this year, Travis Stemler, not as good. He'll stay 24th quick, 1:5.983. Babb's second lap time not as good, 26th, 1:6.001, and Provenzano stays 27th, best lap 1:6.067. Nobody in that trio is able to crack the top 18. Alberson still on the bubble at 18th with a 1:5.849. It's still Overton, Kohler, Shepard, your top 3.
Up next will be last year's World of Outlaws Rookie of the Year. That'll be Nick Hoffman, currently tied to second. Bobby Pearson, the championship points citizen, Mooresville, North Carolina. Followed by the 18D, currently 7th at the Lucas Oil points. It'll be Dalton Wilson. He's out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. And then the 44 out of Great Court, South Carolina. That is Chris Smokey Madden. Nick Hoffman, he's in the NOS Energy Drink, C&W Trucking, Petro Towing, Bill Stein, Tri-Valley Equipment, All Guy Performance, Holland Haskell's, Lone Wolf Petroleum. For Ty Touring, it's a Longhorn Clements, Dalton Wilson, the MG Auto Sales, JRO Trucking, the Auto Outlet, Kelder Contracting, Grantley Farms, Earnhardt Technologies, Innovative Community Solutions, B&L Construction, Newport Lighting, Worldwide Custom Car Haulers. That's a Longhorn Clements for Ratliff Racing. And in the Victory Circle Auto Sales, Dryden, Gambler Transport, Brickhouse Tavern, Bradben Trucking, Capital Waste, Dirt King Apparel, Longhorn Clements for GR Smith. This is Chris Madden.
Dalton Wilson goes 9th quick his first time around. Chris Madden, good lap, 4th fastest. 1:5.472. Final lap time for Nick Hoffman, 8th quick. Best lap, 1:5.555. Dalton Wilson, 6th quick, 1:5.524. And Chris Madden stays 4th, 1:5.472. That trio all inside the top 10 right now. Still Overton, Kohler, Shep, your top 3. And now Tristan Chamberlain sits on the bubble in 18th.
You see Johnny Huck, John Hotchkiss, his first race of 2024. Former Pittsburgh's Pennsylvania Motor Speedway track champion. He's out of Pittsburgh. He is in the Hotchkiss Lumber, Hotchkiss Construction. Johnny Huck Designs, Decorators, Decking, Nigel Auto Solutions, Brian Signs, Decals, Rocket Clements. Followed by the 22-time World 100 winner to be Jimmy Owens out of Newport, Tennessee. He's at the Reese Monument Company, Ultimate Towing and Recovery, Cheap Cars, Tim Short Auto Group, Capital Electric of Tennessee, Boom Test Wheel Service, Redline Oil, Sunoco Race Fuels, Goodrich Fluids, 5-Star Metabolics, that's a Rocket Big Hill, and Ross Bales, the 87, the Joey McCain owned car. Or excuse me, Joey Malone out of Clover, South Carolina's Ross Bales. He is in the Fred Caldwell Chevrolet WP Racing Shocks. Mid-Atlantic Roofing Supply, Bales Construction. Longhorn by Wesley Page, Clements, 87.
First lap time for John Hotchkiss, 42nd quick, first time around. For Jimmy Owens, 23rd. Remember, Owens had to rally from deep in his heat last night, and Ross Bales goes 33rd quick. On lap number 1, Huck, you see in the upper left-hand side of the screen, bobbles a little bit down in 3 and 4. 41st, best lap, 1:6.730. Owens improves a couple spots, 20th for number 20, 1:5.826. And Ross Bales jumps all the way up to 10th with a 1:5.611. That'll move Chase Younghands down to the 18th position and on the bubble. Brandon Overton, still the time to beat, 1:5.421. And there's that Steve Lance Jr. throwback to his dad, Steve Lance Sr.
It's been a while since he's raced. The 25 car, the veteran out of Peoria, Illinois. The Outpace Racing Products Longhorn Pro Power, followed by the 5N out of Batesville, Indiana. That'll be Dustin Nobby. He's in the Nobby Mower Shop. Spencer's Outdoor Solutions, Taylor Electric. That is a Rocket Luke Wilson motor under the hood for his father, Ted Nobby. And then Jared Landers, former Topless 100 winner out of Benton, Arkansas. He is in the Steve Lampley, Donna Grossi, ASC Warranty, Midwest Excavating, Mark Martin Automotive. That's a Category 5 Durham for the 777 of Jared Landers.
You like saying it.
Oh, yeah.
You like saying it, don't you? First lap time coming up for the 25 of Steve Lance Jr. And I don't know that he tripped the trigger. Dustin Nobby, 44th. And Jared Landers, 20th. We'll see if Race Control got a time on Steve Lance Jr. in the room across from us. Meanwhile, he's going to bring that entry across for his second qualifying lap. Second time for Dustin Nobby, 45th, and Jared Landers, 20th. Landers' best lap, 1:5.811. And Nobby is 1:7.087 after 46 cars in Group A. Overton still the time to beat. Younghands still on the bubble in 18th.
Up next, DJ, the next three will be led by the veteran out of Martin, Kentucky in the 17 car. That'll be Shannon Thornsberry, followed by the 57, the Coleman Farms entry. Henry, South Carolina's Zach Mitchell. He is currently 4th in the Hunt the Front points. And in the 14, who is 9th in the HTF points, that'll be Will Harrington. He's out of Hawkinsville, Georgia. Shannon Thornsberry, he is in the Brandon Mason Trucking, Warco Land Improvement, Nathan Martin Roofing, Extreme Graphic, Clifford Jacobs Excavating, TEM Racing, Longhorn Randy Clary, Zach Mitchell in the Coleman Farms, Special Needs Schools of Gwinnett, Bill Stein Shocks, Longhorn, Vic Hill, and Will Harrington. The 5M Construction, Newport Lighting and Design. Last, Air and Electrical, Limerick Truck Repair, Harvey Trucking, Pool Service Center, Boswell Oil, Joey Reynolds Trucking, Rocket Clements, number 14.
Thornsberry 42nd quick on lap number 1. Zach Mitchell 26th fastest his first time around. And Will with 1L Harrington is 34th fastest on lap number 1 in the 14. Here comes Shannon Thornsberry, the Martin, Kentucky native. 39th, best lap 16.258. Zach Mitchell, 26th, best lap 1:5.951. And Will Harrington, he improves and hits the invert for the time being. 17th quick, James, 1:5.723. So Harrington to 17th, knocks Chase Younghand out of the invert. Adam Stricker right now is 18th and on the bubble. And look at that, Devin Gilpin. Look at that young man
racing
inside the race car. I love it.
Grayson Gilpin, we'll see him in about what? You got to be 16 to run here, so I think he's 5 or 6.
I'm gonna say about 12 more
what
years.
we have left, DJ, we got a pair of Carpenters, a Satterley, and a Falcon. Those are our final 4 in Group A. How about that? All right, it's Greg Satterley, the truth, at 22 out of Indiana, Pennsylvania. The Satterley Motorsports Kaiser Manufacturing FCO, Classic Inc., Rocket Clements, Freddie Carpenter. He is in the Harris Walmsley Enterprises. The Steve Rowland Enterprises, Boston's Farm Venue, People's Bank, Octane Race Products, Butler Motorsports Kaiser. That is a Kryptonite Eisner. And also on a Kryptonite Eisner is Tyler Carpenter. The State Line Construction, Parkersburg Plumbing Supplies, Holdren Construction Graphics, and Integra, number 28.
Freddie Carpenter will be 50th on lap number 1. Tyler Carpenter 40th on his first lap. Greg Satterley in the 22 will trip the trigger his second lap time, 46th quick. We'll see if the Carpenters have anything on lap number 2. Second lap time for Fast Freddie, 50th, 1:7.060 his best lap. Tyler will stay 40th, 1:6.277 his best lap. Tyler Carpenter, by the way, spent the night in the hospital with kidney stones in severe hydration. He actually checked himself out this morning. Has not passed the kidney stones yet. Talk about pain.
Yep.
And look at that.
The Bloomquist throwback, that'll be Manny Falcon out of Pine Grove, Louisiana. Oh, man. Scott Bloomquist, 8-time Dirt Late Ball of Dream winner, 4-time World 100 winner. And the tribute to him, longtime friends with the Falcon family. Of course, Manny and then Dwight Jr., as he'll be our final qualifier here in Group A here tonight. Brandon Overton, 15.421. And you said Adam Stricker on the bubble. Steve Lance, apparently a transponder issue, DJ, so he's back out in the 25 car.
Yeah, the time to hit the invert with Stricker's a 1:5.742. And I don't know that Manny Falcon was able to do it. Steve Lance does not. He is 41st, 1:6.281. And I did not get a transponder picking up in front of me on the 0 of Manny Falcon. He's going to come across the line to a checkered flag, and he indeed does not get a qualifying lap on that car. Lance shuts it down as well. He'll stay 41st. And that is unofficially a wrap on Winners Performance time trials for Group A. Brandon Overton lays down the fastest lap in Winners Performance qualifying for Group A, 1:5.421. Jordan Kohler second quick, Brandon Shepard third, Chris Madden fourth, Jason Fager fifth, and Dalton Wilson sixth. Unofficially, Stormy Scott was 16th, Will Harrington 17th, and Adam Stricker 18th. As long as those times hold up, they will start on the pole of their respective heat races. The driver that was second quick in Group A, Jordan Kohler, another good qualifying effort for him. He is with our very own Mike Norris.
Yeah, 22-year-old Jordan Kohler, congratulations. Second fastest behind Brandon Overton.
Yeah, kind of sucks. I think they're inverting 6, so I'd start 6, but it is all right. We've had a fast car. We had a really good car last night, too. I just screwed up a little bit and put us behind, but the guys ain't quit on me yet, so.
Well, I tell you what, you got Jimmy Owens and another guy, Ricky Thornton, over here helping you out. That's got to be pretty huge for a 22-year-old bouncing notes back and forth to those two legends.
It is. They're helping me a lot. They got to give me some tips, but, the more seat time I get, it's helping me. So it definitely helps a lot having them with me, for sure.
Well, he's off to a good start here in the 54th World 100, guys.
DJ, we mentioned Luke Morey, the Metal Militia. It's a freestyle motocross group clothing line on Luke Morey's car. Did you know that?
No.
Metal Militia.
I need to get me some Metal Militia apparel. When you think of you think Metal Militia, right?
Do you think that Hotchkiss could bring in former Pirate and former Cardinal Andy Vance to to be crew chief this weekend.
That's right.
One of your favorite Cardinals, one Andy Van Slyke.
That's right. Andy Van Slyke was one of my favorite Cardinals back when he had the old in the Little League days. We used to have like the pictures they made trading cards out of, and Andy Van Slyke on there one year. What
was his number?
Was 18.
18?
It was 18.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, the driver that used to run 18 and then ran 0, Scott Bloomquist, his throwback wrap being driven by Manny Falcon this weekend. Manny did not, transponder did not pick up when he was out just a second ago, so he is going to get one lap around the Speedway in the 0. And he will be 52nd, 17081 is officially the lap time on the Pine Grove, Louisiana driver Manny Falcon.
I believe it was, 1997, the switch over from 18 to 0. I think it was a Rayburn car, right?
I think it was. I think it was. All right, we've got Group B will be coming up next. We will cross cars from the front side over to, or the infield up to the upper level and vice versa. With that, we'll also step away to thank the folks that make this broadcast a possibility. Don't go anywhere. It's the opening night of the 54th World 100, and it's all live here on FloRacing.
All right, welcome back to Eldora Speedway. Stacy Bowles here in Group B. He's out of Clinton, Tennessee, followed by Kate Lowdy out of Rogersville, Tennessee. Donald McIntosh out of Dawsonville, Georgia. The H&H Shuttle Sales, Bill Stein, Hicks Racing, 79. Kate Lowdy, the Bruce Miller Masonry. Kerry Jones Trucking, and Stacy Bowles, the Advanced Transportation, Lowe's Towing. That is a Category 5. Vic Hill for the 11B.
You roll through those quick. DMAC first, Kate Lowdy second, Stacy Bowles third. The end of lap number 1, Bowles second lap time, third quick, 1:06.530 is his best lap. Lowdy's second lap, 1:06.110, second quick. And DMAC Donald McIntosh atop the leaderboard in Winners Performance Time Trials Group B early in the going, 1:05.732. James, worth noting, true to form, 0. Manny Falcon.
Manny Falcon late to the track, light at the scales for qualifying at the start and the end of one of the shootout races.
Unbelievable.
All right, it'll be the 6 up next, driven this weekend by Ben Watkins. He's in the Danny Hatcher-owned car, Hatcher's Auto Sales, Riverwood Self Storage, Tim Logan Racing, Renegade Race Fuels, Poske's Performance, Octane Race Products, Raffic Impressions, Longhorn Durham, followed by Jason Riggs out of College Grove, Tennessee, the Riggs Drilling Solutions, Moses Motorsports, BP Fuels, Coleman Farms, Longhorn Clements, and Kyle Strickler out of Mooresville, North Carolina, the G-Style Transport, Cat Industries, Patriot Site Services, Andy's Towing, Longhorn Clements, number 8 for the High Side Tickler.
You're rolling through these quick here in Group B. I'm impressed. Ben Watkins comes around for lap number 1, 4th fastest. First lap time for Jason Riggs is 5th quick, and Kyle Strickler's first lap. He goes to the top of the leaderboard with a good lap, 1:05.540. Second lap time for Watkins, third quick, 1:06.081. Riggs now third quick, 1:05.985. And Kyle Strickler just tied Brandon Overton's lap from Group A. The High Side Tickler, Kyle Strickler, just laid down a solid time in Group B, 1:05.421.
And only his 3rd late model race of the year.
Wow.
I'm next, DJ, with the 11AK. That's Austin Kirkpatrick, now hailing out of Charlotte, North Carolina. He's in the farm Marcellus, Bob Pizza and Race Car Engines, Bill Stein Shocks, AK Race Cars Clements, followed by the 15, first-time Eldora visitor in Shreveport, Louisiana. That is Clayton Stuckey in the Lucas Oil Products, Advanced Powder Coating, FiberTech, Laser Cutting, Graphics Arts Express, Black Diamond Clements, and the number 1 of Tim McCready, the winner here back in 2018 out of Watertown, New York, the Mark Richards Racing, Valvoline, Trevor Camp Ranches, Petro Towing, Franklin Enterprises, Performance Grading, X Metalworks, Styles Machine and Welding, Gunner's Honey, Rocket Durham, number 1.
AK, Austin Kirkpatrick, 6th fastest his first time around. Clay Stuckey will be 4th quick on lap number 1, and Tim McCready goes 3rd fastest on his first trip around the high-banked half-mile oval. Austin Kirkpatrick's second lap, not as good, 8th fastest after 9, 1:06.251. Clay Stuckey 4th quick, 15:833. And McCready jumps up to 2nd fastest, good lap, 1:05.474 after 9 cars. Strickler, McCready, McIntosh, the top 3.
So we've got Stricker. We need Travis Stickley. What about the heartbreak for him at Bedford last week?
Just a couple laps away.
Yes, biggest career win, had a flat tire. That's my dream dash. Stricker, Stickley. I don't know.
You had Bo Simpsons and Simpson Race Products.
We have had that
earlier this year.
Yes, sir. Tyler Millwood's up next, DJ, out of Kingston, Georgia. He's followed by the 20RT, the current Lucas Oil late 100 Series point leader, Ricky Thornton Jr. out of Martinsville, Indiana, in 25. Former Dream and World 100 winner Shane Clanton out of Zebulon, Georgia, using the Freeman Hauling Super K Express Base Fuels, Carolina Concrete Finishing, SCCS Solutions, Panama City Cycles, Capital Clements, Millwood, the Millwood Plumbing, Competition Racing Equipment, Rocket Durham, Ricky Thornton Jr., the Capital Waste Ultimate Towing and Recovery, Coleman Farms, Hoker Trucking, Longhorn Cornet, for Bobby and Jessica Kohler.
Millwood 10th fastest, RTJ 3rd quick, and Shane Clanton 10th fastest, lap 2 for Tyler Millwood. And the 31, 6th quick, 1:05.951. Second lap for Ricky Thornton Jr., not as good. 3rd quick, best lap, 15:614. Shane Clanton, second lap time, a little better, James. He'll move up to 6th quick with a 1:05.902. Kyle Strickler still the time to beat in Group B, 1:05.421.
Doug Drown, the current street stock points leader here. Number 12 coming up next to Joyride Transport, Ely Road Real Company, CK Warehousing Distribution, 89 homes and building improvements, Klein and Son Repair. That's a Swartz car. First time we mentioned that this week in Clements. Followed by the 23 Vs and the BMF Eagle. That is Corey Hitchcock out of Loudon, Tennessee. The Georgia Mountain Pool Company, Kaiser Curran Construction, SFP System Service Transport, Vineyard Enterprises, Framing, Masonry, and Roofing. And Tyler Collins, that he's third of this year's Northern All-Star points, his first visit to Eldora. He is out of North Vernon, Indiana. The Super Eat Solutions, Valvoline, Cutting Edge Tree Service, Jason's Construction, Lula Road, Debbie Collins, Tail Feather Farm Market, Rod Auto Parts, Lee's Tire 4x4, Dynamic Customs. That's a capital Travis Kern engine for Tyler Collins.
11th fastest for Doug Drown, now 11th fastest for Corey Hitchcock. Tyler Collins is in car number 11. He goes 15th quick. On lap 1, Drown second lap matches his car number 12th quick, 16177. Second lap for Corey Hitchcock, good lap, 6th quick, 15863. And the final time around for the North Vernon, Indiana driver Trent Collins, 15th quick, best lap 17415. After 15 cars in Winners Performance Time Trials Group B, Kyle Strickler, Tim McCready, Ricky Thornton Jr., the top three.
The 64 car up next. He's out of Greenville, Michigan. That's Luke Anstead. He's in the Peterson Farms, Rhino Lightings, Matt One Automotive, Z-Bart, Valvoline, Pierce, Fat Boy Stroker engine under the hood of 64.
Yes, sir.
All right, Timothy Colt, first time here in quite some time to see, and he's out of Prattsville, Arkansas. The Bennings Heating and Air. Carrier, the experts, not Eddie Carrier, the expert, or Eddie Carrier Jr., the expert, but it's Carrier, the experts, Heating and Air. You got that? Brand Creative, Timothy Culp, Capital Clements, and Garrett Smith and a Longhorn. That's a Vic Hill under the hood. Terminal Maintenance and Construction, Atlanta Paving and Concrete, Senior Life Insurance Company, the world famous Cadillac Ranch, Go Lithium, number 10 for his father, Scott Smith.
Luke Ansted's going to bring the 64 across the line. First lap, 16th quick. Timmy Culp, 4th quick. Good lap for the Prattsville, Arkansas driver. He had a good run going at the topless 100 last month, 15.713. And Garrett Smith now goes 4th quick, 15.699. Oh, and Timmy Culp making another lap. His second lap was impeded by the slower car. He closed in quickly on Luke Anstead. Here comes Garrett Smith. His second lap time is 3rd quick, 15503, and I would anticipate race control giving the C8 to Timmy Culp another lap. His first one right now stands 5th quick after 18 cars with a 15503.
Do you remember the last 64 to run? Was it not John Staples? You remember John Staples?
Oh my.
Did he not run the 64? You remember that? That was a while back. Yeah. Messages, I know somebody will message us on that 64 car.
There you go.
All right, there's Timothy Culp, so he'll get a running start on this lap here. So it's Kyle Strickler, Tim McCready, Garrett Smith, Ricky Thornton Jr., top 4 here in Group B. And again, they'll be running 3 12-lap non-qualifiers races shootout.
Oh, boy.
There are no B mains tonight, no scrambles, none of that. Top 8 out of each of the shootouts advance in each of those groups. I still miss you saying odd. Oh, and Culp hard into the wall.
Oh, man.
Culp had a good run in the topless 100 a few weeks ago, but his World 100,
man,
C8, big time hit, DJ.
Talk about no good deed going unpunished. He closed in on the slower car of Luke Anstead. Per event rules, he was able to get another qualifying lap. Since the second lap was impeded, he goes out, takes a second qualifying lap, and we'll throw it to the MD3 instant replay. As he looked like he just hooked a rut down there. Maybe the crossover, guys, going into turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, he's got right front damage. Obviously on this C8, a little bit of right rear quarter panel damage. Hopefully he just got that right front tire right and he head back to the pit area. He kind of pancaked that wall, but it doesn't take much. As Randy Weaver can tell you, these cars are ultra sensitive anymore. As you see the replay of what happened, and that race car took off, got into the wall over in 3 and 4.
Well, that's the bad news. The good news is, guys, he laid down a pretty good qualifying lap on lap 1. He is currently 5th quick at a 15713, and I am going to guess that should be good enough to lock him into the invert, lock him into the top 18 here in Winners Performance Time Trials Group B, the Perminator.
Love that. That is awesome. Dalton Wilson, currently 7th in the Lucas Oil Points. Can he come on with a big victory this weekend here at Eldora? That James, Jennifer, and Justin Ratliff car owned by that family out of Campbellsville, Kentucky. 48 will be Tim Lance. He's out of Brimfield, Illinois. Followed by the 71, the reigning World 100 winner, Hudson O'Neill out of Martinsville, Indiana. And the 10, Joseph Joyner out of Milton, Florida. Joyner is in the Kubota Tractors, JRI Shocks, Hunt the Front TV, Capital Clements, Hudson O'Neill, the Big River Steel, Peeler Metals, Professional Concrete Cutting and Drilling, Westside Tractor Sales, 901 Merrill Bonding, Indiana U, Triple SA, Fast Piss Softball, Bobcat Abateso, Bob and Tammy Bird, Harrington Speedway, O'Neill Salvage and Recycling, Lance, the Mississippi Valley Transportation, Outpace Race Products, Floyd Waste Systems, 48.
Final time around for Tim Lance, 16th quick, 16161. Here comes Hudson O'Neill. He had a good first lap. He was 5th fastest. Second lap is better, but he stays 5th, 15631 for the birthday boy, Hudson O'Neill. And Joseph Joyner does the same. He was 8th quick on lap 1. He improves, but stays 8th fastest at a 15769 after 21 cars. Austin Kirkpatrick on the bubble. Kyle Strickler the time to beat, 15.421.
It'll be Mike Bennett. He's in the Team Zero Bloomquist car. Number 25 up next to BSI Well Service, BlackRock Enterprises, C. Berger's Equipment, Clarksburg Mac Entry. And he'll be followed by the 17D for the West Virginia. That'll be Zach Dome across lanes. He is in the Dome Cycles. Tim Short of the group. Wave Floor Covering, Poske's Performance. Veronica Dome Photography, Graphic Creation, Longhorn Vic Hill for Z&T Racing. And Trent Ivy, the 88 out of Union, South Carolina, the Highway 29 Grill, Badger Rental Services. Ivy Septic Services, Barfield's Timber, Newman Fence Company, Palmetto Poles, Hiley and Timber, and Spartanburg Fleet Service. That is a Rocket Clements 88.
Benningham 20th quick on lap number 1. Good lap for Zach Dome, 5th quick, 15618. And Trent Ivy, the little head knocker, 13th quick, 15918. Second lap time for the Bristol Bullet, Mike Benningham, former Stars Rookie of the Year, 21st, 16.373 his best lap. Dome to 4th. 15553 for the second generation driver out of Cross Lanes, West Virginia. And Trent Ivy will stay 13th, best lap 15918. Strickler, McCready, Garrett Smith, the top 3. James, after 24 cars, Tim Lance now finds himself in 18th and on the bubble.
Matt Dooley making his Eldora debut out of Brooks, Georgia, up next to JCB West Pro. Crown Security, Scott's Machine, Atlanta Coring, Carl Smith Building Materials, Panama City Cycles, 2-3 Collective, Fowler Sales, Williams Bodyworks, TMT Grading, that's a Rocket Clements. Followed by the 99 at Dresden, Ohio, 3rd at Lucas Oil Points. That'll be Devin Moran. He's in the Roger Sellers, Double Down Motorsports, Big River Steel, Lazy Days RV, C&W Trucking, McHugh Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Car Stores Auto, Holland Haskell, Smoky Mountain Speedway, Red Oak Pub, Lincoln Smith Racing, Pee Wee's Wrecker Service. That is a Longhorn Clements. And then Jeff Robertson, the P3 out of Defiance, Ohio. He's out there in the Pierce RAC Racing Engine, River City Speed Shop, ARC Trucking, and that's my jam and sweets, P3.
That is your jam.
I love it.
The first lap time for Doley, 11th. Devin Moran, good lap for Matt Doley. Devin Moran, 22nd on lap number 1. Truck Robertson will be 26th. Second lap for Matt Doley, not as good, stays 11th, 15.849. Dev going to bring the 99 off corner number 4. Much better. 5th quick, 15584 for the Dresden, Ohio driver. And Truck Robertson going to bring the P3 off corner number 4, 26th, 17893. Strickler still the time to beat at a 15.421. Ben Watkins now 18th and on the bubble after 27.
You see up next to 39 Kryptonite out of Bryan, Ohio. That'll be Brandon Moore, the Eitenauer Racing Service DCR Graphics Engine. Daryl Hoffman engine into the 39 car. We follow the S21 in his second full year in an open late model, doing a good job this year. Out of Jackson, Ohio, it'll be Seth Daniels. Seth Daniels is in the Tim Haddle Trucking, Wilson Excavating, Reds Rolling Garage, Montgomery Motorsports, 740 Race Gear, S&D Transport, A&A Truck Stop, Wilson Motorsports, Graphic Creations. That is a Rocket Spec. And then Mac Daddy, Dale McDowell, the 17M out of Chickamauga, Georgia. He is in the Shane McDowell Racing, Team Zero by McDowell. That is Easy Go, Clot Synthetic Lubricants, Committed Gasket, Kinetic Strategy Advisors, BlackRock Enterprises, BSI Well Service, S&H System, Fox Shocks, Northeastern Fabrication, that of Izzy Clements, Powered Entry. And Brandon Moore, problems in 39, Dustin.
We'll take a look at the MD3 instant replay and see what happened as he loses the tail end of that race car and makes heavy contact with the outside wall. He's able to drive it off and drive it back down. Track Safety crew's going to scavenge the speedway to make sure there's no debris on the racetrack or nothing that could cut a tire down. And we'll turn these 2 drivers loose. We'll see if we throw a third one out there or not. Seth Daniels had a good qualifying effort last night, James.
Yeah, good year in the Valvoline Ironman in the Northern All-Star Series, the S21. Out of Jackson, Ohio, brother-in-law Jason Montgomery, former track record holder at East Bay is Jason Montgomery.
And Dale McDowell. What can you say about Dale McDowell?
Oh, yeah.
He's made
What is the last 10 years, what?
His average, he's finished in the top 10 years in a row. His average finish in that time is like 5.2. He's made the World 100 16 straight years. Has Mac Daddy started this race 23 times. Of course, the de facto champion of this event back in 2005.
Wow.
So the white flag's out on Dale McDowell, second quick. Just like a fine wine, man. He gets better with age, 1.5427. And here comes the S21 of Seth Daniels, 26.16688. Does McDowell have anything for Kyle Strickler? He does! Ladies and gentlemen, fast time in Group B. Fast time of the night, 1.5419. Seth Daniels does not improve on lap 2. He'll be 26. How about it, Eldora? New driver atop the leaderboard with a 1.5419. The Mac Daddy, Dale McDowell.
Man, we could hear the cheers all the way in here, couldn't we? I think they were even cheering over the love tunnel as we see.
There's Jeep Van Wormer just came out of the love tunnel.
Gerald, where are you at? Gerald, come see us.
Oh, that's
he
great.
sponsors Dale McDowell's car, right? Northeastern Fabrication.
That's right.
That perfect timing, Tiffany. That is awesome. All right, Luke Morey, formerly out of Zealand. Thank you, Adam. Martz, Denver, North Carolina, the Metal Militia, Bay Cafe, Sunoco, Bill Stein, Coleman Farms, Longhorn, Vic Hill, Jason Jameson of the Lawrenceburg and Data, the Roundup Racing, JRR Motor Sales, MG Auto Sales, the Auto Outlet, Cutter Contracting, Grant Lee Farms, Longhorn, Bullock. He was 4th in this year's Northern All-Star points. And Kyle Bronson, the 40B. He currently, in the points for the World of Outlaws, is 5th in the race car engineering. Borster's Equipment, Longhorn Clements, Mark Baker, the crew chief on that car.
23rd, 12th, and 14th, respectively, for those 3 drivers. Morey will try to improve from 23rd. He does not. He'll be 25th, 16.207. Jameson stays 12th, 1.5791. Bronson up 1 to 13th. 1.5828. James, 32 drivers have qualified in Winners Performance Time Trials Group B. McDowell, the time to beat, 15.419. Trent Ivy on the bubble, 15.918.
And Mike Baker, the crew chief on the 40B, Molenix Recycling, Michael Lloyd Hauling and Demolition, Tillman Roofing, LTX Home Builders, and Bradco Equipment, 40B. There you see Zach Dome, currently 5th here in Group B. Bobby Pierce, the winner here, the World 100 in 2016 out of Oakwood, Illinois, followed by the 1N out of Sylvania, Ohio. It'll be Casey Noonan of the 17SS out of Dade City, Florida. That is Brendan Smith. Bobby Pierce, the Hooker Trucking, Churchill Transport, Low Voltage Solutions, Toyota of Danville, Macias Valley Transportation, Rio Grande Reservices, Collins Brothers. That's a Longhorn, Vic Hill, Casey Noonan, the MPM Motorsports, J Reynolds Builders, Tom's Pest Control. That's a Black Diamond Noonan Engine. And then Brenda Smith in the Total Claim Service, Big Daddy's Cattle, Jim Pacino Trucking, Plum Crazy Plumbing, Guardian Hurricane, Skipper Smokehouse. That is a Rocket Durham 17SS.
Pierce 6th, Noonan 30th, Brendan Smith 26th, lap 2 for BP 32. Better, but 6th quick still, 1.5565, the best lap time for Bobby Pierce. Second lap time for Casey Noonan, better, but stays 30th, 1.6386, and Brendan Smith improves on lap 2. He'll be 24th quick, 1.6132, no changes. Top the leaderboard, still McDowell, Strickler, McCready, the top 3. Now Shane Clanton sits in 18th and on the bubble with a 1.5902.
Up next, first time here at Eldora, the 70s out of Mansfield, Ohio. That'll be Nick Cox, followed by the 93 out of Lincoln, North Carolina. In the Paler Motorsports car, that is Carson Ferguson of the 28B. His first time here at Eldora. This New London, North Carolina is Carson Brown. He's in the Pay Cafe, Sunoco, Maximum Racing Wheels, Bill Stein, Longhorn, Vic Hill, Randall Edwards, the crew chief on 28. Carson Ferguson, the Hoopaw Grading Company, Brad Benton Trucking, Baker Mitchell, WP Racing Shocks, Baker Plumbing of the Carolinas, Buddy's Record Service, Colton Farms, Franklin Enterprises, Triple Electric, Armslist.com, that's a Longhorn. And then the Nick Cox, he's in the Swartz Gressman Specialty Tree and Bucket Service, Red Edelblues Garage, Specialty Excavating and Grading, an Imperial truck, local project pro number 7.
Cox 35th, Ferguson 20th, Brown 34th. On lap number 1, and Nick Cox makes hard contact with the wall in 3 and 4, and that'll bring out the caution.
Nick Cox out of Mansfield, Ohio.
Yeah, he just, he got too high. He got too high, and that car just had nowhere to go. It slides right into the wall. We'll take a look at your MD3 instant replay and see what happened to the Mansfield, Ohio driver. Psych. We will not take a look at the MD3 instant replay. Not at this moment, at least.
I don't think he wanted to see it either.
Right.
Nick Cox out of Mansfield, Ohio. First time here. Is this his first year in a late model, DJ? Or?
No, he's running a late model here for a few years
All right,
now.
got you.
You're going to see him just get a little too high right here. And when you get up above you want to call it a cushion, get up there in the fluff, it's like marbles, man. It sucks you right into the outside wall, and that's the fate bestowed upon the Mansfield, Ohio driver, Nick Cox, in the 7.
First time trying to make the World 100 this weekend. So it's Dale McDowell, Kyle Strickler. How much are the ties to both of those to Scott Bloomquist, right?
Yeah.
Dale McDowell, obviously we know that's Kyle Strickler, of course. Drove a Bloomquist car there for a while. Tim McCready is 3rd, and Garrett Smith is 4th right now. Then you have Zach Dohm, Bobby Pierce, Devin Moran, Ricky Thornton Jr., Hudson O'Neill, Timothy Culp, and Donald McIntosh, your top 11. Joseph Joyner, 12th. Jason Jamison, Kyle Bronson, and Clayton Stuckey, your top 15.
Well, Nick Cox going to make his way back into the pit area with the assistance of one of the Eldora Speedway wreckers. Tough break for the driver of the sports car.
He and Doug Drown, the only sports cars here this weekend. How about the year for Doug Drown in a street stock, right?
Yeah.
Leading the points here at Eldora, he can clinch that. Carl Schwartz Dirt Track World Championship weekend here at Eldora. We'll have the modifieds. We'll have Todd Fronapple's Steel Block late models and the Lucas Oil late models. Tickets on sale, EldoraSpeedway.com. $100,000 to the winner. And reminder, it's not a one-race shootout this year.
That's right. That's
so
exactly
7
right.
races leading into that. We'll get points for those. So we'll see how that pans out for that $200,000 championship here. So Drake Troutman was scheduled to be here this weekend in the Viper Motorsports Big Frog car, but had damage at Bedford last Friday night and apparently unable to make repairs. So Troutman leading the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase in the Lucas Oil Series, worth $20,000. Carson Ferguson, 2nd year in the Bolton's Classic on Sunday night. And Carson Brown got old Cheeseburger turning the wrenches, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Randall Edwards.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good lap. Carson Ferguson, 8th quick on lap 2:15.606. And Carson Brown improves. He'll move up to 23rd, 1:60.49. So McDowell still the time to beat in Winners Performance Time Trials Group B, 1:54.19. And now Corey Hedgecock is on the bubble with a 1:58.63.
So we have 2 Carsons. Of course, you go back to the Barker years.
The Barker era, yes.
The Barker era, Bob Barker. And then you could go to the Tonight Show era with the Carson era.
That's right. Johnny Carson, Bob Barker, Johnny Olson, Jimmy Essex.
I wish. What did I bid? A 0?
Yes, you did.
Oh, man. I'd love to play. We need to play Plinko.
Well, we had a Plinko board here one time for the invert. Do you remember that? That only lasted 1 year. The Plinko board lasted 1 year.
Whatever happened, it's in storage.
It's in the storage unit somewhere, yes.
Rob Anderzak, Tanner English, and Tyler Erb are up next, DJ. I don't think any of them have been around the prices, right?
No, go ahead. Give out the sponsors here.
You go right ahead. You get the laps in, and I'll.
Anderzak 34th, Tanner English 27th, and Tyler Erb 14th on lap number 1. So Turbo momentarily has hit the invert. Lap number 2. For Rob Anderzak, 36th, best lap, 16.630. Best lap time for Tanner English, 28th, 1:61.55. And Tyler Erb improves 1 spot on lap 2. He'll go to 13th, James, 1:5.749.
Rob Anderzak, the APC Motorsports, 10 Mile Creek, Dipman Motorsports, Tri-County Tire, Longhorn, Gressman. Tanner English, the Coleman Farm Special Needs Schools of Gwinnett, Bill Stein, C Motors, Custom Automotive, M&M Painting Construction. That's Longhorn, Clementon, and Tyler Erb. He's in Langenfelder Mechanical. Sunoco Race Fuels, Robert Speed Company, First Class Septic, Bulk Material Lift, Anthony Speeds of Santa Weld, Rocket Clements. Clay Harris should be up next. I do not see him, but I do see Jerry Bowersock. There's Clay Harris, my bad, out of Jupiter, Florida, the 6th car. He is in the Ken Harris. That's a Rocket Wilkerson Farms Impact Electrical Service, Rescue Metal Framing, BGR Speed Shop, Poor Boys Racing Supply, Griffin Motorsports, 6H, also Done Right Construction, and National Fragile X, Jerry Bowersock. He's in the Full on Camp Frenchtown Trailer Sales, Truman Quarter Horses, TV Tile, North Star Drilling, Fancy Graphics, Rocket Clements, and Chase from Apple. 145 at a Canal, Winchester, Oil, the Longhorn Darchie, R&J Trucking and Hauling, Penske, Naylor Electric, 145.
2012 Dirt Late Model Dream is when Plinko made its one and only debut here at Eldora. Thank you, Roger Slack. First, second lap time for Clay Harris is his best lap, 37.16.566. Jerry Bowersock, 35th, the multi-time Eldora Speedway track champ with a 165.19. Chase Fraun Apple's best lap, 40th quick, 16.958. James, 44 drivers have attempted a lap here in Winners Performance Time Trials Group B. Dale McDowell still the time to beat. Matt Dooley now 18th and on the bubble.
Norris told me last night he never gave that shirt back to Roger, by the way. That Roger was talking right now, banging the boards. One night was banging the boards, became famous.
It may have been that same night.
During a rain delay. Let's hope for no more rain delays, right? Kenny Howell, he's out of Inez, Kentucky. He's in the Kenny's Team Clean, Tim Logan Racing, Rocket J. Dickens, Chris Ferguson. Oh, man. Out of Mount Holly, North Carolina, the Brian Connor Team Zero entry, K&K Trucking, Live Oak Aesthetic, Keckles Plumbing, Spartan Transportation, Patriot Meat Processing, and the 14 of Terry Wolfenbarger out of Powell, Tennessee. In the Team Zero, Bloomquist, Vic Hill, Main Street out of RTC Journal Contracting, number 114.
Kenny Howell, 40th. Fergie, 23rd. Terry Wolfenbarger, 46th. On lap number 1. Lap number 2 for the Inez, Kentucky driver Kenny Howell. You and I have not seen him since East Bay Raceway Park earlier this season. He's 42nd. Fergie improves. It'll be 23rd. He misses the invert. 159.68, the best lap time for the Mount Holly, North Carolina driver. Terry Wolfenbarger bumps up a spot on lap 2. 42nd quick. 170.68. James. Just 5 drivers left in Winners Performance Time Trials in Group B. They're all gunning for Dale McDowell's lap time, a 154.19.
There you saw former Dudley Mother Dream winner Dennis Erb Jr. and his new Barry Ride icon, Heatherline, the crew chief on that Clements Powered entry, McBride, Macville, Mack Truck Sales, Fox Shocks, Ideal Ready Mix, Kaiser, 28, and then followed by the 91. Tyler Erb's too early for a throwback, right? Can you do that? He's going to be coming up here in a little bit. Josh Rice out there in the 11 car. He's in the Rick Jones. That is a Rocket J. Dickens, Rice Excavating and Plumbing, Sinessa's Construction, Chain Locker, Air Max Heating and Cooling, Impact Race Gear, Grease Monkey, Sean Fullwood, the crew chief on the 11. And there is the 91. That is Stephen Roberts, Sylvester, Georgia, the Longhorn Clements, Roberts Meat Company, Lennox River Ranch, number 91. The next 3, it's still Dale McDowell. Fastest overall, right, DJ? 15.419.
Yes, he is. Dennis Erb Jr. goes 34th quick on his first lap. Stephen Roberts is 27th fastest on lap number 1. And first time around for Josh Rice is good enough for 38th. Lap 2 for Dennis Erb Jr., 35th. Best lap 1.6.315. Second lap for Stephen Roberts, 25th. Best lap 16.005. And Josh Rice on lap 2 improves. He'll move up to 28th, 1.6083. Just 2 drivers left. Dale McDowell, Kyle Strickler, Tim McCready, the top 3. Matt Dooley currently finds himself on the bubble in 18th at a 1.5849. That's the time that it will take to get inside that inversion.
It'll be the 316. That'll be Mike Bargo up next. He's out of Corbin, Kentucky. He's on the Longhorn Vic Hill. Sponsored by Brands Trucking and Weddell Racing, followed by the 1G. That'll be Rusty Ballinger. He hails out of Seymour, Tennessee. He's in the Titan Trailer Repair, Fox Shocks, SFP Performance, Wilson Berry Farm, Otis Property Management, ATC Roofs and Sunrooms, DJ.
That's right.
B Ham Wraps, Big Frog Transportation, Rogersville Dental, and Sail Away Vacation Rentals and Dyer's Trucking. That is a Warrior with a Mullins LS7 under the hood for the 1G.
50th for Mike Bargo, 1.7952 on lap number 1. Rusty Ballinger checks in 36th on lap number 1 with a 1:63.10. So they need to pick it up again. 1:58.49, the time to beat the invert. Bargo does not improve on lap 2. He'll be 51st. 17.952 his best lap. Rusty Ballinger improves on lap 2, but not enough. His best lap time is 1:62.59. That is good enough for 36th fastest, and that unofficially is a wrap on Winners Performance Time Trials here in the 54th World 100 on night number 1. Dale McDowell sets the fastest lap in Group B and the fastest lap overall here tonight with a 1:05.419. Kyle Strickler second, quick Tim McCready third. There you see the rest of the top 10 on the left side of your screen. And unofficially, as long as they pass tech and the time's held up, how about this, James? Your pole sitters will be 16th quick Kyle Bronson, 17th quick Clayton Stuckey, and 18th quick Matt Dooley. I like it, man. I like it. I like it a lot. So Dale McDowell sets the fastest overall lap here this evening at a 1:05.419, and I believe our very own Mike Norris has caught up with the former World 100 champion.
Hey, pretty cool. You and the high side tickler, Kyle Strickler, right up there. Congratulations, Dale. Good lap. I know you made some big changes from last night. It paid off. Fast time.
Well, it has so far. Last night we had some engine issues, and we did tonight too, and Shane got them fixed right before qualifying. So, you know, dadgummit, I'm glad we went fast, but I think it's going to hurt us a little bit in the heat race now. The inversions make it good for you race fans, but they make it tough for us. So Jonathan did his job, didn't he? He's front row outside. But I just had to go and see what I had, and because we hadn't had that since we've been here. So hopefully it's a special weekend here. Hopefully we can put something together, and we'll see what we can do in these heat races.
How about this? Eldora Speedway, let's hear it for the Mac Daddy, Dale McDowell. Hey, race fans, keep watching right here on FloRacing. When we come back, racing and opening ceremonies here at the 54th World 100.
Dave Poske's Performance Parts has been serving the Ohio River Valley and racers from all across the country since 1978, and they are the home to Hoosier Tire, Ohio Valley, and Octane Race Products. Stop in and shop all of the nation's top brands, including Winners Performance, Willwood Brakes, Bill Stein Shocks, Hyperco Springs, Maxima Race Oils, Impact Safety Equipment, along with hundreds of others. You can also visit Dave Poske's Performance Parts online at Poske.com as we ship UPS and truck freight daily. Dave Poske's Performance Parts, serving the Ohio River Valley and racers all across the country since 1978.
Hey race fans, picture this, a tap house with 46 taps where you make all the choices, paying by the ounce as you try all of your favorites on our unique self-serve pouring wall. Sure Shot Tap House offers something for everyone, from crafts, ciders, and seltzers to old favorite domestics, bourbon, and wine. Oh, and let's not forget our awesome beer-inspired food menu. So race fans, while at Eldora, be sure to check out the Sure Shot Tap House. Online at SureShotTapHouse.com, just right down the road in Greenville.
With 45 years of experience, Buzzy Racing has mastered the art of drivetrain specialties, spanning from dirt to asphalt tracks. You're not just a customer, but a valued member of our family. embraced by the tradition and passion embedded in every Buzzy build. We cover everything from rebuilding and selling drivetrain components, offering custom Buzzy parts, steering box services, and ensuring top-notch maintenance and support for braking systems. We are committed to excellence in helping racers maintain a competitive edge on the track. Get it Buzzy built.
Premier Health was first in the region. First emergency room, first ICU. We created the first ambulance in the air. We broke records. We made history. Our 110 years of experience were gained for this one split second.
We're going to take you to Miami Valley Hospital, okay?
We were granted level 1 trauma verification, the highest level of care for critically injured and sick patients. We treat patients that other hospitals can't. We are the most experienced. Premier Health.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to night number 1 of the 54th World 100 here at Eldora Speedway. Sun setting off to the west. We're just inside the Ohio-Indiana border. Lovely little town of Rossburg and New Weston. Rossburg just to the south, New Weston just to the north.
What's the population? It's grown. It grows
about 25,000 this weekend.
25,000 this weekend, and over including last night's Castro Flow race, over $600,000 up for grabs this week.
Absolutely. Well, 2 very special guests are here with us this weekend. Two very special guests are with us here this weekend. You have seen them making their way around the grounds all weekend long, and they're going to be making their way here in just a second out on the Eldora Speedway victory stage with our very own Ben Shelton. It's not one of the Miss Eldoras, but I see Ben Shelton, almost as good looking, down there on the Eldora Speedway victory stage right now. Ben, take it away.
All right, thank you, guys. Getting the racetrack worked in. We're getting close to opening ceremonies at this time. Please help me in joining to the Eldora Victory Lane stage, the Miss Eldora representatives, Miss Savannah Moran and Miss Abby Foster. Well, Savannah, you got a smile on your face. Somebody called you the wrong name a little while ago. It was not me. It was me. All right, I want to know, tomorrow, you're heading out to the campgrounds, but I hear you may have a special guest with you. Tell me what you got in store for tomorrow.
Yeah, we actually went out to the campgrounds today, and it's pretty crazy. Shout out to all the fans that are here. You guys have been great. The energy is wonderful, and I've seen some insane things already. But yeah, we're going out tomorrow about 12:30 with Tyler Carpenter. So all of my Carpenter fans out there, be ready for us, and we're gonna have some fun.
And then after we do the campground tour tomorrow, me and Savannah, we will be taking over the bar. So if you're interested in coming and getting a drink with us, we had practice back in July, so we're ready to go for tomorrow. We'd love to see you. That's going to be at 3 p.m. And then you can also follow us on social media, Eldora Speedway. We'd appreciate it.
Once again, how about it? Savannah Moran and Abby Foster, the Miss Eldora representatives. DJ, James, tell us what we're about to experience here on the racing program tonight.
Absolutely. Well, we've already had dirt draft hot laps as well as winners performance time trials. And up next, we have got 3 qualifiers, 3 shootouts for Group A and 3 shootouts for Group B. James, these shootouts will be lined up based on qualifying times in their respective groups with the top 6 in each inverted. There'll be 12 laps in distance. The top 8 will lock themselves into tonight's feature. We have a Group A feature and Group B feature, and that's it. No B mains, no last chances, no hooligan races, no semis, no scrambles, no nothing. You either finish in the top 8 in these shootouts, or you're watching from the trailer tonight.
And you do have 2 provisionals, though, the 2 fast time provisionals, right?
That is true, yeah. It sounded more dramatic.
You did very well on that.
Thank you very much. Well,
by the way, Ryan Dauber, another famous 64.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We want to send a big shout out to the folks from the Bear Hollow wood carving team. As you may have seen them here on the grounds making wood carvings all weekend long. They're set up outside the main entrance here in front of the ballroom, and they're going to start carving at about 10 a.m. each morning. They're going to work throughout the entire day, and then they're going to auction off their carvings, including some Eldora-specific and dirt late model carvings at the same location later in the afternoon, both tomorrow and Saturday, about 4 p.m. And with a little more with the great folks from the Bear Hollow wood carving team, we'll send it back to the Eldora victory stage with Ben Shelton.
Thank you very much. This time we'll welcome the Bear Hollow wood carvers to the Eldora Speedway victory lane stage. And I tell you what, we got a motley crew here, and I love everything about it. That's right. All right, we're going to get them on both sides. If you see them come at me with a chainsaw, DJ, James, there's nothing you can do about it, but you got front row seats. I'm going to start with you because you're from my home state. What's your name and what's your hometown?
My name is Bubba Daniel, and I'm from Wallen, Tennessee.
All right, Bubba, I want to know, do you have all 10 fingers? All right, have you ever lost a finger while doing the wood carving?
Yeah, but I found it the next morning and put it right back on.
Oh, this is what I'm working with down here, guys. All right, I'm going to slide to the left. To the right was a rough one. What's your name, sir? Where are you from?
Jason Edmonds. I'm from French Lick, Indiana, Southern Indiana.
Let's go. IU?
Yeah, we're IU fans, yeah, but we love it. Let me tell you, we are super stoked to be here at Eldora. This is our first year out, and we're loving it and have a great time.
All right, I'm ready to run through a wall. I like the energy to the left. Let's head over to the right. What's your name, sir? Where are you from?
Jason Stoner from Pennsylvania!
Were you born with the last name Stoner, or did you have a name change?
No name change at all, man.
All right, what is your favorite part of what you do?
Man, I love taking those chainsaws and ripping logs. I got 42 gas saws and 1 battery saw. What does that tell you? Drill, baby, drill!
I don't know if I'm saving the best for last. Hey, no more energy drinks for Mr. Stoner over here. What's your name and where are you from?
My name's Joe Stebbin. I'm from Frederick, Maryland.
All right, if you got the energy, what is your best sales pitch for why you're the best at what you do?
Holy shit. I'll just leave it at that.
All right, race fans, how about it? The Bear Hollow Wood Carvers, check them out. They're out in the parking lot, and we're going to be auctioning off starting at 4 o'clock tomorrow and Saturday. And I tell you what, they're having a good time. But how about a round of applause? All the money to the Tony Stewart Foundation. How about it for these guys? DJ, James, I'm going to throw it up top, and we're going to probably need security to the stage.
Yeah, kids,
that is awesome.
Kids, that's what happens when you sniff too much sawdust.
Did you see? I think Wolf Dog's on there. I think Dakota's one of the wood carvings they have. Now, they have done some tremendous stuff. If you're here on the ground, you can check it out. If you're watching at home, you see it there on your screen. And I don't know how you top that, but without further ado, we'll send it back down to the Eldora Victory stage for opening ceremonies, Ben.
Well, guys, I wanted to run through a wall, but I'm ready to go now. At this time, if you are able, we ask you to please rise for tonight's invocation and our Star-Spangled Banner. Tonight's invocation by Mr. Mike Unger, track chaplain here at Eldora Speedway. Mike?
Let us pray. Lord, again, we thank you for another beautiful day you've given us here at a lot of our favorite place here at Eldora. And Lord, we just thank you for all the soldiers, the first responders, especially the people that have fought to give us the freedom to be here and do what we all love to do. And Lord, on this weekend, we ask you to just keep Scott Bloomquist family, fans, friends in our prayers. Lord, we just think about him all weekend, and we know he's going to be highlighted this weekend. So, Lord, we just give you all the glory for everything we have here. And, Lord, just ask for safety tonight. In all this we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Mike. Please remain standing. Our Star-Spangled Banner from Mr. Rusty Shields.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Race fans, how about it for Rusty Shields? The race cars are cranking up behind me. That means one thing. Eldora, you're ready to race here tonight. TJ James is heating up as the sun goes down. Let's get the World 100 underway.
What a birthday for you today so far, my friend.
Yeah, I'm going to have a band playing at the end of the night as well.
You do?
I do, yep. Chris Link and the great folks with her band are going to be up there playing.
Just Dolly Parton. Can we get some Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers?
Yes.
You and I will be doing Islands in the Stream later on.
I love the thought of that. Happening immediately after the races tonight, a free concert for everyone. The Dukes of Country will be playing in the fan zone up at the top of turns 3 and 4. There is nothing I like more than 70s, 80s, and 90s country. That's their specialty. That's what they're going to be playing, and that is open to everyone after the races here tonight.
I want to go cut a tree down after that earlier there.
I want to buy the carving of my dog they had out there. That was pretty cool. All right, here we go. First shootout in the staging lane is the Miss Eldoras are going to throw Frisbees into the crowd. 12 laps, top 8 race their way into tonight's main event. Your pole sitter out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, Stormy Scott in 2S. Son of a gun. Wouldn't you know it, he hit the invert and he's on the outside front row of this one out of Blairsville, Georgia. Going for his 6th Globe on Saturday night, Superman Jonathan Davenport.
Nobody did it better than Scott Bloomquist hitting inverts, did they?
That's
Row
right.
2 will be Ross Bales. He's in the Malone Racing 87 out of Clover, South Carolina. And the ASD Motorsports 74X out of Bakersfield, California is Ethan Dotson.
Chris Madden had a good qualifying effort in the GR Smith-owned 44. He starts inside row 3, and on his outside, the overall quick qualifier tonight in Group A out of Evans, Georgia, Brandon Overton. This is a tough heat race.
Row 4 out of Manhattan, Kansas, DJ the 18. It'll be Chase Younghans and Jeff Babcock, the Wayne Hurricane. The 7B's out of Wayne, Ohio.
Garrett Albertson's going to have a pretty tough row to hoe. He starts inside row number 5 in that Ken and Beth Roberts Racing number 58. And on his outside out of Rincon, Georgia, Gavin Cowan in 219.
Row 6 will be 3-time Florence track champion. It'll be the big show, Robbie Hensley out of Walton, Kentucky, and Shannon Babb, the winner of the Mars race last Saturday night at Fairbury. He's out of Moweaqua, Illinois.
Gateway Dirt Nationals promoter Cody Summer rolls from the 13th starting position in car number 13, and on his outside out of Parkersburg, West Virginia. In the 28 is Tyler Carpenter.
It's Kyle and Kai. Row 8, Kyle Hammer, the 45 out of Clinton, Illinois, and Kai Blythe in the Pulse number 31 AUS. He is out of Bunbury, Western Australia.
And your final 2 starters, then a pair of Eldora semi-regular, former semi-regulars. Kent Robinson in 7R, Dustin Nobby in the 5N, K-Rob in the Chad Stapleton-owned entry. Shootouts, qualifiers, whatever you want to call them. They're 12 laps in distance, and the top 8 lock themselves in to tonight's Group A feature. Stormy Scott will be on the pole. They'll give him a couple laps to buzz the racetrack. Hauler issues, and he had to tow in here on an open trailer.
And Gavin Landers towed the 49 from Batesville in an open trailer.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Unbelievable. I'm telling you, there was nobody better than Scott Bloomquist in not only conserving his tires, but also hitting inverts. Remember, Davenport, did he not start 4th in heat the World 100 a year ago, right?
Yeah.
And he ended up winning that one.
One important thing to note as well, a couple important things to note. Again, every lap matters. They get points for how well they qualify. They get points for how well they run the qualifiers, and they get points based on how they finish for both nights.
Right.
And, of course, at the end of the night tomorrow night, we will have the spinning of the Wheel of Misfortune as well.
And, of course, it starts at 100, right, for time trials. It goes 2 points breakdown from there on out, right? So you think, okay, Davenport, if he wins this race, he'll be on. Yeah, but you got to look at the total picture here heading in tomorrow night. So 2 separate shows tonight. It is combined, right? Combined points tonight and tomorrow night. It's not an average. It's not a best of. It is combined. And Stormy Scott, the Category 5. Jason Durham, who led Jonathan Davenport to a $2 million season. He is the crew chief on the 2S as we're going another lap under caution.
The way they finish these qualifiers determine the starting lineup for their respective features here tonight. So the winner of this one on the pole, the winner of shootout number 2 on the outside, and the winner of shootout number 3 will start from the 3rd position.
So if somehow Overton nor Kohler, right, make it out of the heat race shootout, right? I'm saying odd and even as well, right? They would be in the feature tonight, right? 12,000 to win.
That's right.
Because the 2 fastest not in after the shootout. Are you ready? Let's see how this new format works.
You just saw your text,
I just saw my text, Ben. That's exactly what I saw. Yes, sir. That is outstanding. Here we go. We're about to have an outstanding 12-lap shootout. Stormy Scott on the pole. Jonathan Davenport on the outside. 12 laps. 8 cars lock themselves in to tonight's main event. We're underway.
And these are 12 laps, top 8 transfer. Stormy Scott on the bottom, outside Jonathan Davenport down the back straightaway. JD's going to take the lead in that Nutrient Solutions 49.
Jonathan Davenport out front, Stormy Scott in the Category 5 race car second. That's how they run at the end of lap number 1. Let you know right now, Chase Younghans finds himself in that 8th and final transfer position. Jeff Babcock runs in the 7th spot. Here comes Brandon Overton, the fastest qualifier in Group A, battling Stormy Scott for second down the front straightaway into 1 and 2.
And he's going to get the spot. The current Hunt the front points leader down the back straightaway. Now he sets his sights on the 49 of Jonathan Davenport. Off at turn number 4. 3 laps in the books. It's Davenport, Overton, Stormy Scott, Ross Bales, and now Chris Madden up to 5th.
Yeah, there's a good battle right there between those 3 drivers, Bales, Madden, and Ethan Dodson. As you're looking at the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Now it's just the battle for 5th and 6th back there. Behind them, Chase Younghans was able to work by Jeff Babcock and take the final transfer. Babcock right now in that Parker Price Miller 7B has got Garrett Alberson to the inside. You are looking at the battle for a transfer spot. If you were 9th on back, unless you were one of the fastest 2 drivers, you were out, and Babcock grabs the wall in 3 and 4.
Well, the Wayne Hurricane is going to hurt him on the bottom. Here comes Cowan. Right now, Davenport leads by 1 second exactly over Overton. Scott, Bales, Madden, Dotson, Younghans, Alberson, Tyler Carpenter up to 9th at 28. And we got a caution on the racetrack, and it's Jeff Babcock in turn number 2, DJ.
Tough break for the driver, the Craig Miller Trucking Chalk Sticks number 7B. I talked to Babcock back in the pits, and he said, man, I've just said these cars are so different to drive. He said, I've been out of a car for so long. He's got limited starts behind the wheel of that entry this year. And of course, he did run here on Friday of Dirt Late Model Dream Week, but these are the first competitive laps he's turned in a Dirt Late Model here at Eldora in quite some time. We'll take a look at the MD3 instant replay and see what happened to the 2007 Eldora Speedway Stock Car Track Champion.
Well, this is the first time into the wall in turn 4. And he will come around. As you see Albertson right there. We hit the wall, and we'll see it coming up one more time. So a handful for Babcock right there into the wall almost again. So off the pace out of this one in the 7 car.
Randy, what's the anxiety like at this place when you catch the wall, say in turn 4, and now you're heading at full speed toward turn 1?
Yeah, it's not a good feeling. The thing is, anytime you make contact here at these speeds, it definitely messes something up, and then you have to talk yourself into getting back up to speed down to the next corner and hope that it'll turn, and obviously he'd already tore something up.
Real quick, they're looking at the right front. What all could he have torn up right there?
Well, first thing, you've got your spindle, shock, your lower, upper, the ball joints, and when everybody works so hard to get these cars, I mean, just exact and perfect, and then you go in there and do something like that, and it kills 10 or 12 different things.
All right, double file restart here at Eldora. It'll be Davenport and Overton. 5 down, 7 to go.
Brandon Overton from 6th to 2nd. Does he have anything for the 49 here, James?
Well, he's had a quiet year, even though he leads the Hunt the Front series as they come out of turn number 4, back underway as they head into turn 1, as Bales works the outside of Stormy Scott. Battle for the lead out of 2, Dustin.
Here comes Brandon Overton down to the inside. A pair of former World 100 champions going out at the front of this first shootout. Battle for the final transfer as well. We'll keep you updated on that. Only 8 drivers lock in. There you see it on your screen.
Oh.
Alberson has the final, and up at the front of the field, Overton trying to work by Davenport for the lead.
He might have tail whipped him. Overton for the lead. He's trying to hang on. Crossover by JD. He maintains lead. The caution is out. Caution is out. And it's for Cody Summer, the DRT 13 out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Man, what a first. That's only 6 laps. Overton and Davenport putting on a show here in shootout number 1, Dustin Jarrett.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's a look at your MD3 instant replay and see what happened to Cody Summer from the drone. As maybe had a little bit of air taken off of him there, and that car over rotates in the corner. And that will be the first caution for Cody Summer of the weekend in that brand new Dirt Racing Technologies car, guys.
You know what's cool? Cody's a guy that puts his money where his mouth is. He took a big chance on the Gateway Dirt Nationals, 6-7 years ago now. A lot of people didn't believe in it, and he's made it into, it's become the annual Christmas indoor party. There's a lot going on there. He also wanted to come race at Eldora and the DRT race cars, they've developed those. But I also want to talk about that battle at the front. Jonathan Davenport, Brandon Overton. Randy Weaver, is it fair to say we have a different racetrack here tonight?
Absolutely, and that changes everything because, you know, like we said, last night was the perfect condition for the 49, and he excels in that. So tonight we're a little faster, got a little more traction, and evidently that's fitting the Brandon Overton style tonight. So it's just good to see somebody get up there and race, and it goes back to the new format and the urgency to get to the front. And so far we got a racetrack that'll let you do that.
Got him right into 4. Got him right into 4 in turn 2. All right, 6 down, 6 to go. It'll be Davenport, Overton, Bales, Madden is 4th, Stormy Scott 5th, Young Hands, Dotson, Alberson in 8th. Back ready to go green, halfway done. Good way to start tonight. The first 12-lap shootout. Dustin Jarrett, here they come.
Tyler Carpenter 9th, Gavin Cowan 10th. They are the first 2 drivers on the outside looking in as they fire in turns 3 and 4. Davenport, your leader. Overton going to try to cross him over in 1 and 2.
And they go side by side briefly out of 2. Davenport has the advantage. Down the back straightaway. Here comes Chris Madden in 44, the GR Smith car. Madden on the bottom. Here comes Madden in 44. Good race, 7 down, 5 to go.
Track is in a really good shape early in the going here. Madden with a good run in the 44. Top 3 cars trying to settle amongst themselves. Right now, Stormy Scott has fallen to that 8th and final transfer position. He's got Tyler Carpenter right beside him. Carpenter with a good move on the restart right now has raced his way into the show for the time being.
Yeah, Scott 8th. Kent Robinson started last. Did he not start inside row number 9? Kent Robinson in that Chad Stapleton car. He's up tonight. As you see the battle here between Bales, the Carpenter and then Scott. And here comes Alberson.
Yeah, Alberson got passed on that restart. You're looking at the battle for the transfer to see who races their way into tonight's 25-lap main event. Stormy Scott is in 8th. Garrett Alberson needs to pass him. Alberson works by momentarily. Stormy Scott going to try to drive back down under him. We'll keep it doubled up for you at home. 2 to go. Leader on the left. Battle for the transfer on the right. James, 1 to go.
You're watching it right now, Davenport. You're not missing anything up front. 1.3 seconds. He'll take it to the checkers. Overton, Madden, Bales, Young Hands, Dotson, Carpenter, Alberson, Kent Robinson giving it a run here in that Kyle Alt 7R.
Checkered flags out. Davenport's going to get the win. Second's going to go to Overton. 3rd, Madden. 4th is Bales. 5th, Young Hands. 6th, Dotson. 7th is Carpenter. And 8th is Garrett Alberson. So Alberson races his way in. That means Kent Robinson, Stormy Scott, and the rest of the field are on the outside looking in unless they are one of the 2 fastest drivers that did not race their way in. So Alberson 8th, Carpenter 7th, Dotson 6th, Young Hands 5th, 4th is going to be Ross Bales. 3rd will be Chris Madden. 2nd, Brandon Overton. And James, your winner.
He'll go to the scales down here. You got to weigh 2350. There's no burn off until the main event tonight. He's good to go as he will talk in the infield. And your winner there, he is in the Nutrient Solutions, Dynagrow Seed, Lucas Oil, Bill Stein, Bobcat of Batesville, ASC Warranty, Mark Martin, Automotive, Mega Plumbing of the Carolinas, VP Fuels, Midwest Sheet Metal, Longhorn, Clements. How about it, folks? Your winner, Jonathan Davenport.
Here he comes, of course, the million, the dream, the world, pretty much every big race here at Eldora Speedway as he chases Billy Boyer's 6th World 100 Globe. He got some pressure from Brandon Overton, but he turned it back and went on to win, and Hugh will start on the pole. Jonathan Davenport, can he go back-to-back here tonight?
I don't know. Car feels pretty good there. Brandon kind of surprised me. I was going to try to start diamonding 1 and 2 down there, and then I saw him, so I'm like, I better not do that anymore. But we was about to have a heck of a race if that caution didn't come out, so hate that happened for the fans, but just got to say hello to everybody watching back home. Dad, hope you're feeling better today, and thanks to everybody that got us here, and we're just going to try to keep these fenders clean all weekend.
49 is red hot. He's going to start on the pole. How about it, race fans, for Superman, Jonathan Davenport?
All right. I know, very small sample size. One race in, I like the shootouts. It was fun, man, because you're watching the battle for the lead.
Yeah, he's right. We did not need that caution because that was really going to be.
Yeah, you're watching the battle for 8th. Here we go.
Yep.
Shootout number 2 rolling on the racetrack. How about this one? Will Harrington on the pole in the 14H. Daniel Hilsebeck out of Earlham, Iowa on the outside.
Welcome back. Broke his wrist back in June. Good to see him back here with us. Row 2 in the JCM Motorsports car. That'll be Spencer Hughes in the 19M and the Todd Cooney Motorsports 30. It'll be Ryan Gustin. He's out of Marshalltown, Iowa.
Current Mars points leader, defending series champion Jason Fager out of Bloomington, Illinois, rolls from the inside of row 3, and on his outside, the 22-year-old out of Mount Airy, North Carolina, Jordan Kohler.
Last year's World 100 Rookie of the Year, yes, Tristan Chamberlain, the Gibson Motorsports 20 TC, Richmond, Indiana. Jimmy Owens, 2-time World 100 winner, the 20 out of Newport, Tennessee.
Michael Norris, now a 4-time Lernerville Speedway track champ in the 72, starts ninth. Mike Spatola, the 3-time Fairbury champ in the 89.
Travis Stimler out of Ionia, Michigan, the 4S. Mike Provenzano, the M27 out of Marseilles, Illinois.
And we got Jimmy Owens off the pace over in turn number 2. I don't know if we're going to go green this time. It's Weiss, Lance, Heckenass, Satterley, Carpenter, and Dickinson. Your final few starters. Trouble for the 20 of Owens. He's pulling into the infield, and we are going green flag racing.
So he gives up the 8th starting spot. As Will Harrington in his own right, the Hawkinsville, Georgia driver, is going to take the lead down the back straightaway. Out of shape was Jordan Kohler. Kohler was the fastest in this group here. He was, and we got one into the wall hard, and that's the M27 of Mike Provenzano.
He's able to gather it back up the front of the field. Will Harrington is your leader. Ryan Gustin second. Daniel Hilsebeck third. At the end of lap number 1, it was Jordan Kohler just ahead of Mike Norris for that 8th and final transfer spot. There's a look at the 30 of Gustin, that Todd Cooney throwback from 2006. And there's Will Harrington, and there is the battle for the final transfer between Mike Spatola, Tristan Chamberlain, and Jordan Kohler. Kohler running in 8th.
Will Harrington continues to lead here at Eldora. It would be his first win here in this second 12-lap shootout. Gustin trying to track him down. Gustin coming off a 50K victory last weekend at Farley, Iowa. His first ever late model win at his home state as Chamberlain and Kohler go door to door, and Tristan will take the spot in the 20 TC.
Tristan Chamberlain going to work his way, give himself a little bit of a cushion. Jordan Kohler's in 8th. Michael Norris right now on the outside looking in. Only 8 drivers lock themselves into tonight's 25-lap Group A feature. Norris running in 9th, and Tristan Chamberlain in the wall just in front of him.
Ryan Gustin currently 4th in the World of Outlaw Series points. Will Harrington, he's 9th. Of course, he started the year in the 74 car out of Hawkinsville, Georgia. Now that tightens up about 4 car lengths to lead into 1. Here's third on back. It is Hilsebeck in 22, Hughes and Fager, your top 5.
Will Harrington right now out front. Todd Cooney, the owner of the 30 car. Cooney, the 2006 Boone Super Nationals champion in that exact car, got surprised by it just a few days ago with driver Ryan Gustin, the Reaper, fresh off a $50,000 win last weekend, closing in on Will Harrington. James, 4 to go.
That Infinity to the bottom at 30 as they're turning sharp to the left. Good battle for the lead here. Down the back straightaway, 4 laps to go, 8 in the books. Will Harrington, Ryan Gustin into turn number 3. Gustin fires it in into turn number 4, and we may have a new leader, Dustin Jarrett. It's the Reaper, Ryan Gustin.
Ryan Gustin out front with 3 to go. Harrington in second. Tristan Chamberlain hanging on to the final transfer spot in 8th. Mike Norris, though, right there knocking on the back door. We'll try to double it up for those of you at home right on cue. The battle for the final transfer on the right. The leaders on the left. Ryan Gustin now going to try to work by Steve Lance Jr. Less than 2 to go in this one, James.
Yeah, he stretched that 1.6 seconds. Tim Douglas to crew chief on the 30 car. He'll fire it in on the bottom. No problem for Brian Gustin. He'll still have to cross the scales. 1 lap to go here in shootout number 2.
Yeah, you see Tristan Chamberlain right now hanging on to that final transfer. Also, James, is Ryan Gustin going to try to hang on and lead the last couple laps in this one. The brand new Infinity by Wells is going to get it done here in shootout number 2. Ryan Gustin is your winner. Second, Will Harrington. Third, Daniel Hilsebeck. Spencer Hughes, 4th. 5th, Feger. 6th, Batola. 7th is Kohler. And 8th is Chamberlain, with Mike Norris on the outside looking in 9th, as well as Ricky Weiss, Greg Satterley, Frank Hickenis Jr., and the rest of the field. So 8th spot is Tristan Chamberlain. 7th is Jordan Kohler. 6th, Mike Spatola. 5th, Jason Feger. 4th, Spencer Hughes. 3rd, Daniel Hilsebeck. 2nd, Will Harrington. And the winner of shootout number 2 for Group A in the Todd Cooney Racing Carl Auto Group, Allen Seamless Gutters, Mate Properties, Murney Farms, J. Dickens powered Infinity by Wells. And he has got a lot of drivers in front of him before he crosses the scales. How about an Eldora for the Reaper, Ryan Gustin?
Hey guys, and while we wait on Gustin to make it through his scales, I talked to the Jimmy Owens crew down there, and they said they don't even know if it was something with the engine. Something mechanical just does not seem right. They had the hood off the race car. They were looking around the radiator, the fan, everything. So something was not right as they were coming to the green.
Yeah, and something else being on Gustin's car on that initial start, him and Spencer Hughes got together, get into one. I have no idea how his left rear tire didn't go flat. The door, you'll see it as they interview him, the door is knocked in on the middle of the tire, and it was rubbing and smoking down the front straightaway the entire time.
Guys, Harrington had a ton of damage on that right side as well. I don't know if you mentioned that, Randy, as well, but Harrington with a ton of right side damage, so we'll have to check them out when they come. Good job by Daniel Hilsebeck of the Hilsebeck Farms Double Deuce. Coming off that injury.
Gustin will be there soon. Trust me, Mike. He'll be there soon. As he will come up here, will clear the scales. You got to wait 23.50 is the minimum in qualifying the shootout, but you get a pound per lap burn off in the main event only.
They got the Hoosier Tire guys down here busy as well, so taking a lot of samples. It's been one of the most consistent drivers. I got 31 races for him. 15 top 5, so almost half the races he's been in the top 5, guys.
Hard to believe last weekend at Farley, his first ever late model win in his home state, Mike Norris, at Farley.
How about that, by the way?
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And well, he's looking for, I talked to him earlier about Knoxville in a few weeks. He's looking forward to that, and hopefully we'll see Todd Cooney there as well. Be helping out. Now, Todd had some heart surgery a few weeks ago, and hopefully he's doing well.
Yeah, picked up $50,000. And we talk about all these chassis, guys. I know you guys get to see them more, but again, this Infinity by Wells, you know, of course, we got Category 5, we got Longhorn, Rocket, all these different chassis, but Infinity by Wells, pretty cool.
Yeah, you are not wrong there, as they're trying to get that car.
I promise he'll be there soon.
He will get there. You mentioned 23.50, the minimum weight requirement in the shootouts. Of course, pound per lap burn off, as you said, James, in the A mains.
Yeah, Mike. Guy just going by, Mike Spatola, man. He had a tough start to the season, but I tell you what, that 89 got a new power plant under the hood second half of the season. It knocked off a couple of wins, and the 89 put her in the show here tonight. So Mike Spatola having a great second half of the season.
How about going back to a white car? He said the first time since, what, 07 when he drove a modified pro-built engine under the hood tonight.
Yeah, it's good. He's got his son Dawson, and him and Dawson have been doing a lot of racing. You know, they get these youngsters involved in racing as well. He's doing that with his son Dawson. And again, a lot of these drivers, you know, when I started out racing, of course, they're starting to get older, have kids just like myself. They get them involved in racing, and it's just pretty cool to see. Dawson's been turning some of his first laps. I know he's probably watching tonight, so he's excited. I think we got the 30 finally coming up on the scales, boys.
I think we weighed all 106 other cars on the grounds before we got to Gustin. My goodness. All right.
And he has clearly made weight. 75 plus pounds to the good as you saw the green light come on. So he will now make it official and grab a word with, I assume it's going to be you, Mike Norris.
Yes. Congratulations, Ryan. Great race out there. You bid your time, got by Will Harrington. Do you have enough to beat Jonathan Davenport here tonight? That's the big question.
He's the king of the mountain right now. I feel like we got to get a little bit better. This Infinity race car, Jay Dickens motor's running strong. Car's really good. I don't know, like I said, 49 is obviously the one to beat, and hopefully we can get him.
I've got to interview him twice so far this weekend. How about it for the Reaper, Ryan Gustin?
I talked to Ryan Gustin at length. I actually text back and forth with him after the Lucas Oil race at Shelby County earlier this year, and we texted back and forth for almost 2 hours. And the point of the story is, he told me, he said, I'm going to win a World 100 someday. He said, that is my goal. Yep. He said, that is like a lot of drivers. He said, that's my goal. He said, and that's what I'm here to do. And that could happen this year. The Reaper has been running really, really good here lately. James, the third and final qualifier for Group A is made its way on the track.
How about winning the World 100 and go to Knoxville in a couple weeks and win that thing?
Here you go.
The Stricker Streak, the Jim Beeman entry. Out of Batavia, Ohio, it's driven by Adam Stricker. He's on the pole and outside of the mine in 83. Out of Johnson City, Tennessee, it's Jensen Ford.
Squirrel Brian Shirley out of Chatham, Illinois. Going to start inside row 2. He's in the Conrad 8S this weekend on his outside. In the Ty Touareg Racing 9 out of Mooresville, North Carolina, Nick Hoffman.
Dalton Wilson, the Big Perm, Fayetteville, North Carolina, the Radliff 18D, and Brandon Shepard, current World of Outlaw Series points leader, the reigning dirt track world champion here at Eldora out of New Berlin, Illinois.
Inside row 4, Jerry Landers in the 7777, Ashton Winger in the 12. Then it's going to be the rest of the field. Mitchell, Cowan, Gilpin, Johns, Thornsberry, Lovelady, Forrest Trent, John Hotchkiss, Manny Falcon, and Andy Clark. 18 cars, 12 laps. Top 8 are locked into tonight's Group A feature. The Stricker Streak brings them to the green.
Could he come home with a victory here in the third shootout of Group A? As he'll roll to the outside of that Jim Beeman-owned car down the back straightaway. Jensen Ford in second as they come off at turn number 4. Tell you what, he come up for the modified ranks a year ago, and he leads lap 1 here in this third shootout here tonight.
Man, this is interesting. This is fun. Adam Stricker at the front of the field. You got a lot of good cars trying to race their way around him and just race their way in the show. We only take the top 8 right now. Jared Landers finds himself in that 8th and final transfer spot, and Adam Stricker pulling away from him 2 laps into this one.
Right there you see Jensen Ford, the John Minen-owned car, and he surely goes on the bottom of that Team Zero Bloomquist down the back straightaway. Crossover by Jensen Ford. But it is all Batavia, Ohio's Adam Stricker, and the caution is out, Dustin.
Forrest Trent.
101 of Forrest Trent out of Morristown, Tennessee on the racetrack.
Tough break there for the Vic Hill powered Team Zero race car as Trent will bring out the caution. We'll take a look at the MD3 instant replay and see what put us under caution with 2 scored, 10 to go in shootout number 3 for Group A.
Turn 2, the 101.
As Dale McDowell would tell us, he over-rotated.
He would tell us that.
Well,
that's exactly right.
Maybe a good break for the rest of the field. Tough break for Adam Stricker. He had already stretched out to a 1.2 second advantage in this third shootout.
What a connection. His grandfather, Joe Stricker, owned the car driven by Bruce Gould to the first World 100 win in 1971. And Joe Stricker also finished in the top 10 in his own car.
He was 6th in 71, Joe Stricker was.
Yeah. And, of course, over the years, Pat Patrick, of course, made that car famous. And Bobby Carnes, our good buddy Weasel Rhodes.
Yes.
Remember him in the 68? Right. Yes.
Pat Patrick was 2nd in the World 100 twice. Never got the win, but was runner-up twice, made the race 14 times.
I think he was 2nd in Pennsboro in the Dirt Track World Championship once as well. But Adam Stricker.
I know a website.
He is a wheelman in that 68 car, 5th in this year's Northern All-Star points. So we've got in the books, we've got 2 down, 10 to go. Stricker, Ford, Shirley, Hoffman, Wilson, Shepard, Winger, and Jared Landers, your top 8, DJ.
A great look there from the K1 Race Gear drone cam as you see Barney Craig, the multi-time Eldora Speedway stock car champion, pulling the Eldora Speedway Ford Pace truck to the infield. The green will wave this time by. Your race leader, Adam Stricker, chooses the inside lane on this double file restart. He gets a good start, and they go 3 wide behind him for second.
Oh, man, 3 wide behind them. They're 3 wide out at turn number 2. Down the back straightaway, Stricker has the lead. Jensen Ford second. Working the bottom. Here comes Brian Shirley, and the Carson is back out again. And we got a car around in turn number 2, and that's the 117 of the Kiwi. That is Jackson Lovelady.
Yeah, Jackson Lovelady in the 117. And Ben Shelton, you and I talked to Mike Knuckles here yesterday. A very interesting story on Jackson Lovelady after an incident here 1 week ago.
Yeah, they pretty much damaged the race car too bad and a B-main back at the Baltus Classic on Sunday night. And they couldn't get it fixed in time, so Mike Knuckles found one of his clients, Gary Dillon, over in North Carolina. Had a car with about 100 laps on it. Jackson Lovelady drove all the way down there, picked that race car up, got back here in time to race last night. And I tell you what, the desire to run in your first World 100 weekend is strong. And much respect to that driver, and it's cool to see a lot of these drivers from down under making their way continue. We've obviously got from Australia, Kai Blythe's here. It's just cool to see all the new fresh faces here at Eldora from all over the world.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I love the ambition that he had. Here's the replay, DJ, the MP3 replay of the New Zealand racer.
Yeah, very
Might
back
have
of
been
the pack
contact there, yeah.
Hard to tell.
So we'll go back 2 laps in the book, so it'll be double file restart. It'll be Stricker and Ford, then Brian Shirley, Nick Hoffman, Dalton Wilson, Brandon Shepard. What a restart. Was we 3 wide for second and third
and 3
and
wide
fourth
for,
and fifth
yeah.
and sixth and seventh and eighth? Man, if we could just keep this thing green.
Adam Stricker certainly wants it to stay green.
Sure.
I'm sure that his nerves are aplenty up there at the front of the field. And he got a good restart there. Jensen Ford maybe did not get the good restart that he wanted, so he'll get a mulligan with this caution flag, and they will try it again next time around. So Stricker once again chooses the inside lane. 2 scored, 10 to go in the final shootout for Group A. Top 8 lock themselves into tonight's 25-lap main event. Adam Stricker in the red 68, Jensen Ford in the 83. Wouldn't it be something if one of the unheralded weekend warriors could start in the first 2 rows of tonight's second 25-lapper?
Back underway, DJ into 1. Good restart for Jensen Ford. Stricker will go to the bottom. Adam will slide up the track right in front of Jensen. Jensen with the crossover. Down the back straightaway, they duel side by side. Into turn 3, Shirley, Hoffman, Wilson will follow. Adam Stricker, he's led every lap so far. Off at turn 4, he continues to lead at Eldora.
Jensen Ford trying to rebound after trouble this year. Knocked him out of competition both at East Main here earlier this year. Comes Brian Shirley down to the inside in the 8S. You see Nick Hoffman, Brandon Shepard behind them. Devin Gilpin has moved up to the number 8 position. James, he's in that final transfer right now as you see him fan out down the front straightaway. Here comes Jensen Ford back down to the inside of Brian Shirley. Nick Hoffman gets a good run up high in the tie touring entry.
Hope this track stays like this the next 3 nights. How about that? Here comes How did Hoffman get around Ford? Shirley down the main straightaway. 5 in the books as they'll go halfway next time around.
We double it up for you at home, James. That's the battle for the final transfer spot on the right.
Here comes Hoffman, that tie touring entry. He'll dive around Ford. But meanwhile, almost a straightaway lead for the Stricker Street, Dustin Jarrett.
Adam Stricker looks as good as, oh, and another caution. Hayden Cowan with trouble in the 14. As he is pancake the wall on the right side of that race car, and this caution flies with 6 down and 6 to go.
So it'll be Stricker. He's led every lap.
He had a 2.3 second advantage. Unreal.
6 down, 6 to go. Nick Hoffman second. It'll be Brian Shirley. They've had a heck of a race in there with Jensen 4, Dalton Wilson 5th, Brandon Shepard 6th, Jared Lander 7th, Ashton Winger 8th, Gilpin 9th, and Mitchell runs in 10th.
So Gilpin now back to the 9th spot after that last fully completed lap. That puts Ashton Winger right now in 8th in that final transfer. So it's Hoffman in second now, and that will be that's going to be interesting here on this restart because it was Jensen Ford in the second spot, guys, under those last couple cautions. Nick Hoffman and that NOS energy drink. Burlisle Performance Products sponsored car finds himself now on the outside of Adam Stricker on this restart.
Terry had to remind me again.
Yes, absolutely.
Terry Baltus called
that. Good to see Terry Baltus here. Yes, absolutely.
You like the Stricker streak, Terry Baltus? Oh, absolutely, he says. Yes.
The yellow lights have been turned off, guys. The green flag's going to wave this time. We're halfway home. 6 in the book, 6 to go. This is the third shootout for Group A. Top 8 lock themselves into the Group A main event.
And those are two good friends there on the front row, Stricker and Hoffman. And a good restart for Nick Hoffman. Adam Stricker will go back to the bottom. He'll drift up the track. He will leave Hoffman plenty of room. And Nick Hoffman takes the lead in car. Well, I guess it's 0, right? Or in 8 or 9 or
9. You call it what you want. We call it just plain fast. He looks good now at the front of the field, and that's a tough break for Stricker, though. Again, who just had a 2.3 second race. Look at the Perminator on the bottom of the racetrack, James, in the 18D.
Right now, Wilson running in 5th, as you mentioned. Winger, Shepard, Mitchell in that cool.
Oh, Shep in the wall.
And Brandon Shepard into the wall. The current World of Outlaw Series points leader, a tire is gone on the left rear of the defending dirt track world champion, and that dude wipes Valvoline B5. And we will have to check the replay, but a ton of damage on that car, the Shepard Riggs Racing entry.
Yeah, I saw Shep get into the wall. I don't know if he had a tire issue at first or not. He was in 7th, trying to hold off Zach Mitchell, who was running 8th. We'll take a look at the MD3 instant replay and see what happened to the New Berlin, Illinois driver, Brandon Shepard. He got too high. He got too high, and Mitchell had absolutely nowhere to go. Tough break for the 2019 Dirt Late Model Dream winner. Here's another angle. Gets into the corner, gets into the wall, and Mitchell had nowhere to go. And Mitchell had just taken the final transfer, James. He had just moved into the 8th spot.
So Oakley Johns and Devin Gilpin to move up the spot. Of course, Brandon Shepard winning the Dirt Track World Championship here last October, equaling Freddie Smith, running out of fuel on the final lap and barely came home with that win, and not a good start to the World 100 week for Brandon Shepard.
Absolutely. Again, every lap matters format. Now, here is the good thing with Brandon Shepard, though. He was the 3rd fastest qualifier in Group A, so he may have a fastest time provisional to fall back on for this evening's 25
But they'll
lapper.
have to thrash because remember, we have no B mains tonight, so now they would start shotgun on the field. I'm not sure who the other fastest qualifier not yet in. I believe it might be, well, we'll know after this one. Stormy Scott did not make it in. We'll just have to check.
Jordan Kohler, did he race his way
Yes,
in?
he finished.
Okay.
He finished 7th, yes.
Good job.
So we'll find out.
Okay.
It's unofficial till it becomes official.
Oh, man.
Oh,
look
my
at
goodness,
the
look
right
at that
front.
Wow.
Man, that is a lot of damage on that B5.
Leading the World of Outlaw Series points over the tied for second between Pierce and Hoffman.
Yeah, four-time Outlaws champ now. He's the defending Gateway Dirt Nationals champion. And he picked up the Castrol FloRacing Night in America Championship back in 2022.
And trying to break that tie with Freddie Smith. Those Dirt Track World Championships are going to be coming up October the 17th, 18th, and 19th here at Eldora. $100,000 to win. Carl Short's Dirt Track World Championship. Get your tickets at EldoraSpeedway.com. Well, Nick Hoffman, good restart for him. Stricker did not need those cautions, but Hoffman's taking full advantage of him in that Kai Touring number 9, guys.
Yeah, guys, I was just going to say, Zach Mitchell, I went over and checked on him. He said, man, that was a heck of a hit. And they've got some really big damage, not only just to the right rear. It hit so hard, it's towed in probably 4 inches in the front. So they're very disappointed. Just nowhere to go. You run so fast, you just can't get stopped.
Right, and then a move. Oakley Johnson, Devin Gilpin of a spot on the restart. 7 down, 5 to go. Stricker on the bottom will slide up the track. He'll leave Hoffman plenty of room. Down the back straightaway, here comes Brian Shirley. Brian Shirley into turn number 3. Here comes Dalton Wilson. Dalton Wilson, as Shirley will throw the slider on Stricker down the straightaway. They almost went 3 wide. They go 2 wide into 1.
Stricker with a good run now through turns 1 and 2, and Dalton Wilson hard into the wall down in turns 1 and 2, and the caution is out again here in heat 3, and that was another hard lick right there.
So we got 8 laps in. Wow. They are running on the ragged edge here tonight, guys.
Hey, guys, just like Rigsby and I talked about in the pre-show, you don't think urgency is stepped up a notch or 2 right here? I mean, you've got some of the better race teams. You can just tell they're just on the ragged edge trying to make sure they get in and get the best shot they can get.
And get a good starting spot as well, Randy. As we'll take a look here at the MD3 instant replay.
He crossed the line in 4th, DJ, but his race has ended.
It's got too high.
What did you see there, Randy, and what did Dalton feel as they got into turn 1?
Well, they're just trying to get that momentum all about, trying to get that run down the back chute to pull the slider. So all that, believe it or not, starts entering turn 1, trying to set up the pass in turn 3. And he just got in, looked like about a tire width too high. And once you're in that loose stuff at that speed, you will not turn that race car. And, you know, again, just trying as hard as you can try and hope for the best, and it just beat him.
As he limps his way to the pit area here, coming in turn 4. We did get a lap in. He was running in 4th, and he cannot make these backing up now, Dustin, to get to the pit area.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike Norris will send it down to you.
Yeah, Brandon, you might be able to go back to a fast time provisional here. What happened and how was the car?
My car was pretty good there. It was just getting a little. It's getting kind of hard to pass because it's crummy behind them guys, and we blew out the right rear tire going into 3 there and just got in the wall, and you know, not much we can do about that. But we got a tore up race car, but we're gonna put her back together and get back out there for this feature.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brandon Shepard.
Meanwhile, guys, real quick, Dalton Wilson rolled past me, right front, towed out to the right, and a lot of right rear damage on that race car as they back it into the pit area trying to get ready again for tomorrow.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. Great job down there in the infield, gentlemen, as we're going to go back to green flag racing this time. 8 laps in the books, 4 laps remaining in your 3rd shootout for Group A. Nick Hoffman leads. Jared Landers now runs in 8th and on the bubble.
Down the main straightaway, 4 to go. Give Hoffman a good restart as they dive into turn number 1. Shirley up top, Stricker to 2nd. On the bottom, the 83, the John Minen entry of Jensen Ford, and Ashton Winger up to 5th in car number 12. But Nick Hoffman, last year's World of LA Moto Series Rookie of the Year, tied for 2nd in the points, still leads into turn number 1 with 3 to go.
Adam Stricker 2nd, Brian Shirley 3rd, side by side behind them for 4th. Forrest Trent has now worked his way into the final transfer as Landers had dropped out of the race. I missed that, James. Now here comes Shannon Thornsberry down to the inside of Forrest Trent. Meanwhile, battle for 2nd there on your screen. Battle for 2nd and battle for the final transfer.
But Gilpin coming up through their 11th of the Dirt Lake Moto Dream here. Down to turn number 2. Right now, the head of the white flag. It's Hoffman, Shirley, Stricker, Winger, Ford, Gilpin, Johns, and Trent in the 101.
Yep, that's Forrest Trent leading that group on the right side of your screen. He has the final transfer. Nick Hoffman well out in front in this one on the final lap, James. As they head through turns 3 and 4, it's going to be the driver formerly out of St. Louis, Missouri, now calling Mooresville, North Carolina home. Nick Hoffman getting the win. Adam Stricker 2nd, Brian Shirley 3rd, followed by Winger, Ford, Gilpin, Johnson. That driver, Forrest Trent, has raced his way into the show here tonight. Well, well, well. No shortage of entertainment and drama in that one. Forrest Trent 8th, Oakley John 7th, Devin Gilpin 6th, Jensen Ford 5th, Ashton Winger 4th, Brian Shirley 3rd. Adam Stricker finishes 2nd, and the winner of Group A shootout number 3 in the Ty Torrid Racing, NOS Energy Drink, C&W Trucking, Lone Wolf Petroleum, Burlow Performance Products, Petroff Towing, Tri-Valley Equipment Sales, Clements Powered Longhorn. How about it for Nick Hoffman?
Yep, 4 World 100 starts. Best is 13th. He got a big win last night. And another one here tonight. Impressive win, Nick. You have a heck of a hot rod. You were at victory lane last night. Again, I'll ask you the same question. What would it mean to get a big win for Zero?
Yeah, it'd be huge. Right now, I'm just really good at winning heat races, and I had the slow charger, I think, again last night. So I POQ'd, pissed off, quit, and tonight, hopefully, we can make all the laps. You know, you have to at least for the points deal. So still didn't feel great there. Obviously, was able to get out front with a couple cautions and stuff, but that last lap after the checker, I went down in the middle, and I still kind of feel like shit. So definitely got to work on it to get better, to be in the same league as some of these guys.
I tell you what, there is a great perspective from the Zero. How about it, race fans? Nick Hoffman.
So we go from PSG to POQ, right? Oh, Nick. Nick Hoffman.
Hey, good look there at Premier Health, Miami Valley Care Flight. They are on the ground each and every time the gates are open here at Eldora Speedway. As a safety precaution, we hope that we never need them, but we're incredibly thankful to have that kind of caring technology here at the Eldora Speedway each and every time they race.
Well, the two provisionals, fast time provisionals, could be interesting. As I look, I believe Shepard, he was third fastest, right? Dalton Wilson, though, started beside him in that heat race. But everybody else, I believe, is started in the first 6 spots of their heat races. So the big perm may not be done yet. We'll see here in a little bit. Unofficial till it becomes official.
That's right.
POQ, baby. You know how many times we felt like that, right?
Well, we're going to see if anyone's racing POQ here in this next one, as we have got the first shootout for Group B on the track. Your pole sitter in this one. We have the driver the driver out of Brandon, Florida, the 40B. That is Kyle Bronson on his outside. Out of New Waverly, Texas, in the 1 turbo, Tyler Erb. Look at this lineup, James.
You know, if Tyler had said that, he'd have a T-shirt by midnight. Right? Yes. Row 2 will be the defending World 100 winner, the SSI Motorsports car. That's Hudson O'Neill out of Martinsville, Indiana. And Devin Moran, he's third at the Lucas Oil Points in 99 out of Dresden, Ohio.
The 10 is Garrett Smith in row 3, and on his outside, the 17M Mac Daddy, Dale McDowell.
BMF better not POQ. That's the 23V. That's Corey Hedgecock in 11, Tennessee. Tyler Millwood. Stephen Roberts in 91. Josh Rice in 11. Tanner English in the 96. Austin Kirkpatrick in the 11 AK. Then Benedum Bowles, Daniels Howell, Nick Cox, and Brandon Moore. 12 laps, top 8.
Yep. These are the Group B cars right here. The Group A feature is set. Top 8 transfer. 12 laps is the distance. Bronson and Turbo bring them to the green.
Through the middle goes O'Neill. Kyle Bronson, Tyler Erb out at 2. Down the back straightaway, Devin Moran on the bottom in 99. Moran had not a good qualifying lap on his first one. Dale McDowell, the fastest in this group here of this first 12-lap shootout, is Kyle Bronson, the Brandon, Florida driver with the lead. He currently runs 5th in the World of Outlaws Series points. O'Neill on the outside of Moran.
Well, yeah, what a Moran. Hudson O'Neill got played again. What a run Hudson O'Neill got on Moran right there on the outside of the racetrack. It's Tyler Erb battling back there with Garrett Smith on the left side of your screen. The battle for the final transfer, the 8th position on the right side of your screen. Tyler Millwood right now on the outside looking in that last time by. Tanner English holds the final transfer spot in 8th.
Garrett Smith and the Scott Smith Longhorn number 10. The Lincoln Felder Mechanical best performance number 1 out of 2. 3 laps in the books. It's Kyle Bronson, Hudson O'Neill, and Tyler Millwood up against the wall in 31. And he's trying to lose a spot here to Stephen Roberts.
Yeah, he already lost one. That last time by to Josh Rice. Rice now on the outside looking in by 1 position as he currently runs 9th. Top 8 transfer. There's the gap between himself and Tanner English. It was 0.7 of a second. Last time around, Bronson O'Neill ran the top 3 on lap 5.
Garrett Smith 4th, then it's Tyler Dale McDowell, Corey Hedgecock, Tanner English in 8th. Outside looking in, Rice and Roberts. Meanwhile, off at turn number 4, the deficit last time was 0.6 of a second. This time, he cuts 0.2 of a second off this Hudson O'Neill on Kyle Bronson.
Here comes Josh Rice, doing Josh Rice things on the outside of the racetrack. And by 1/100th of a second, Tanner English Hattie for the 8th spot last time by at the front of the field. Battle for the lead. That's why we double it up for you, baby.
O'Neal through the slider. Bronson with the crossover. Kyle still in front. Josh Rice had a good run here last night in the Castrol FloRacing Night in America, but he's not done yet as he eyes Hedgecock. Meanwhile, O'Neal throws it into the St. Henry's Nightclub at turn 4. They're side by side up at turn 4.
Good race for the lead. That's a good clean race up front for the lead as well. And they're quickly closing in on the back of the field, the right side of the screen. We keep an eye on who's running in that last transfer position in 8th right now. It's Josh Rice. Devin Moran going to throw his hat in the ring, make it a 3-way dance in trouble for your 9th place car, Tanner English.
And will he make it back to the pit area? We stay green. 3-car battle, 3 to go. Kyle Bronson, Hudson O'Neal, Devin Miranda to turn number 3. Heavy traffic in front of your leaders. O'Neal on the bottom, Dustin throws it in turn 4. Oh, my.
Wow, and he clears him by half a cat's whisker. Kyle Bronson, here comes Devin Moran. 3 cars under a blanket in shootout 1 for Group B. Less than 2 to go. Hudson O'Neal's your new leader.
Please stay green on this one. Here they come up at turn 4. White flag, 1 to go. O'Neal, Bronson, Moran, the top 3. Into turn number 1, O'Neal throws it up as he starts to pull away down the back straightaway, Dustin.
You're not missing anything in the battle for the final transfer. Josh Rice has it by over 3 seconds. Checkered flag in the air. Hudson O'Neal, sparklers and snakes off corner number 4. Gets it done on his birthday. Kyle Bronson 2nd. Devin Moran 3rd. Garrett Smith, Tyler Erb, Dale McDowell, Corey Hedgecock, and Josh Rice will be your 8 transfer cars out of Group B shootout number 1. Well, that was fun. Let's do it again.
See if it stays green, what happens, right? You have a show.
Rice 8th, Hedgecock 7th, McDowell 6th, Turbo 5th, Garrett Smith 4th, Devin Moran 3rd, Kyle Bronson 2nd, and the winner of your first Group B shootout here this evening, Ben, is going to be the driver out of Martinsville, Indiana, in the SSI Motorsports, Professional Concrete, Cutting and Drilling, Wheeler Metals, Merrill Bonding, Big River Steel, O'Neal Salvage and Recycling, Dyno 1 Incorporated, sponsored 71. He is the defending World 100 champion. How about it for the new deal, Hudson O'Neal?
Hudson 5 starts in the World 100, and obviously last year's champion became the 32nd different winner in 53 editions of the World 100 in 2023. 9 wins this year, 5 with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, currently in that coveted 4th and final spot narrowly over Tim McCready. That Big River Steel chase for the championship, and he picks up the win in Ibach Springs. Heat race number 4, if you will, tonight, but this is the first heat for the main event here for feature number 2 tonight. He will start on the pole as long as he clears the scales. And Hudson, pretty solid race car last night. Tonight, though, looking really good from 3rd to the win. And he'll go after a $12,000 payday. Last year's Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion joined his father, Don, as the first father-son champions of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. And, of course, got the first ever World 100 for the great state of Indiana here last year. As right now, waiting for him to get to the scales, as I think it's another situation like Gustin, where they're going to weigh everybody in the infield before we get to Hudson. And I tell you what, guys, slider supreme there, but what stuck out to me, good, hard, clean racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, these shootouts so far, look, I know we are a sport and society that's resistant to change, but these shootouts have been, I think, everything that anybody had hoped they would be, at least up to this point.
Yeah, they've been entertaining, and you heard Brandon Shepard there, and right now if you're waiting in line for the next one, you're kind of cringing a little bit because they're watering the top down at 3 and 4. So however you had your race cars set up, it could change just a little bit as you see that water wagon on the top of turns 3 and 4 as we keep an eye on the scales. Dale McDowell on the scales. Tonight's Winner's Performance Fast Qualifier, the Easy Go 17M. Yes, sir.
Sorry, real quick, Ben. I'll jump in here. I got an update on Tanner English. He was running in a transfer spot. I think something in the rear end went south, so that was the problem with the 96.
Yeah, that was a bad break, contending for one of those final transfers. And as we've talked about, every lap matters tonight and tomorrow toward Saturday's 6 heat race lineups. And we will have the wheel of misfortune tomorrow night to determine that heat race lineup from the high point driver from the 2 nights.
Hey, Ben, how about this next shootout? Clayton Stuckey and Joseph Joyner on the front row.
I mean, 2 Southern racers that are on the rise. And I tell you what, can't say enough about Clayton Stuckey. Of course, his parents, Ronnie and Terry Stuckey, owners of Black Diamond Race Cars, And then, of course, the Joyner boys down there with Hunt the front. That's going to be a fun one. But as we saw, this racetrack started to widen out. And if you can move around and throw the sliders, you can come from second row on back. And that is what Hudson O'Neal does as he makes his way onto the scales. 24.43, only needed 23.50. Shannon Rush with Hoosier Tires checking the right fronts. And again, they're checking those tire pressures and the camber and see what the tire wear is like, because you don't want to risk things here in Eldora. And we talked about it. Shannon spoke at the drivers' meeting here tonight. But it's official, the winner of Integra Shocks and Springs, heat race number 4. He'll start on the pole for the second feature tonight, Hudson O'Neal. And Huddy, you've done enough of these interviews. You moved the helmet out of the way. First and foremost, happy birthday, buddy. How fun was that out there battling with Bronson for the lead?
That's fun. Man, I love Eldora when it's like that. I think this feature is going to be great. I think we're going to be able to move around a little bit more. Right there is top dominant, but I think the feature is going to be awesome. So, yeah, that's a lot of fun when you can drive just as hard as possible like that and have an awesome, clean race with a guy like Kyle. So we're really excited about it, and hopefully we got a good starting spot, so hopefully we can hang on to it.
Race fans, let him hear it. Hudson O'Neal. He'll be on the pole for feature 2 here tonight.
Rick Monroe and Rob Penrod. What did I just say? What did I just say on provisionals in Group A?
You called it.
Look who it is, Brandon Shepard and Dalton Wilson. Get to work on your cars, boys, right?
That's right. All right, we have got the second shootout for...
What would you say, eclectic?
An eclectic mix of cars.
Yes,
Indy Clayton Stuckey going to start on the pole in the 15. And Milton, Florida's Joseph Joyner in that new Capital Factory car on the outside.
Well, Timothy Culp got in the wall in qualifying, but he's going to start inside row number 2. He's out of Princeville, Arkansas. And the Paler Motorsports 93 of Carson Ferguson alongside second in the Baltus Classic here on Sunday night. He is out of Lincoln, North Carolina.
Good business, man. What a mix of cars here. Zach Dome had a good qualifying effort. He's inside row 3, and on his outside, just his 3rd time behind the wheel this year of a super late model, Kyle Strickler. He was the 2nd fastest qualifier in Group B.
And then you have Shane Clanton, former World 100 and Dirt Late Model Dream winner, the 25 Capital out of Zebulon, Georgia, and Chris Ferguson of the Team Zero Bloomquist, number 22 out of Mount Holly, North Carolina.
The average age, or the total age of the racers in row 5 do not even come close to adding up to Dale McDowell. Carson Brown on the inside and the 28, Cade Lowdy on the outside and the 126.
How close do they come to you in average age?
I choose not to respond.
Tim Lance, the 48 out of Brimfield, Illinois, and then Rusty Ballinger in the Warrior 1G out of Seymour, Tennessee.
2022 Oak Shade Track champ, that's Casey Noonan out of Sylvania in the 1, and Jupiter, Florida's Clay Harris in the 6.
Row 8 will be Chase Fronapple. I think the first race of the year, Canal, Winchester, Ohio, and Tyler Collins, 3rd in this year's Northern All-Star points in the 11. He's out of North Vernon, Indiana.
And your final 2 starters, Mike Bargo in the 316, Luke Morey in the 49. So 18 cars set to go 12 laps, 8 transfer. This one could be pretty fun. But that run.
Guys, I was going to say all the storylines I like that you've got here. You got a rookie on the pole. You got a guy on the outside debuting a brand new car with his Capital race car here this weekend. And then inside of row number 2, you got a driver that hasn't been here since 2018 that's making his return to Dirt Late Models this year. And to his outside, Carson Ferguson, fresh off a 2nd place run back on Sunday.
Yeah, you have Zach Dome, always tough here. And you mentioned Kyle Strickler, been running modifieds all year. 3rd time in a late model. The 2nd time was last night here. So 12 laps, top 8 go. This is our 2nd shootout of the night for Group B, Louisiana and Florida. It's all SEC. Here they come, buddy.
Oh, man. Joseph Joyner goes way high to try to get a good run. And instead, it may cost him. Clay Stuckey out front in this one. And the caution flag is out. Well, we'll try it again.
Joseph looked like the start to Florida State season right there, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
How about the Gators and the Seminoles?
Oh no, are they gonna call Clay Stuckey for jumping? Oh man. I'll be honest, James. I don't know if I agree with that call or not. We'll have to talk to race control about that one. They are in the room next to us, and they have apparently penalized Clay Stuckey for jumping the start, and so that will put the C8 of Timothy Culp now on the front row, the Prattsville, Arkansas driver, and he will go alongside Joseph Joyner in the 10.
Off of turn 4 again, 12 laps, top 8, one more shootout left. They're in the lineup chute, ready to go. Oh man, there was some brake checking going on there. We're underway.
Culp brought him in a snail's pace. He didn't want to get called for the same thing that Stuckey just got called for. He'll jump out the early lead down the back straightaway. Stuckey going to see try to hold off a gang of wolves back there behind him, and Joseph Joyner does a slider on Culp and moves into the lead.
And Culp out of shape. He'll lose 4 spots. Back to 5th, and the caution is out. We got 2 cars down there in turn 4, and it's Fronapple and Mike Bargo, the 316.
Yeah, a pair of 3-digit cars have collected themselves for a gathering down in turns 3 and 4. We'll take a look at the MD3 instant replay from the drone and see what happened to Chase Fronapple and Mike Bargo. And keep your eyes here at the back of the field. Fronapple loses the tail end of the car, and Bargo goes around for good measure.
Now Chase, I believe, his first race of the year, as he's been doing some ministry work here in 2024. Good for him, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Chase will have to go to the back, so we do have 1 lap in. It'll be Joyner. Stuckey is 2nd. Ferguson, Dome, Culp. By the way, we talked about Paylor Motorsports there. We mentioned Donald and Gina Bradshaw, and Donald Bradshaw, he's going to be in the Little Pink Houses of Hope. He's going to be in the for breast cancer patients. They give them like a getaway for a weekend. He's going to be on the North Carolina version of Dancing with the Stars, October the 5th, to donate to that cause, littlepink.org. And I know that you can go over and sign up at the Paylor Motorsports Hauler, and for $5 you can donate as well there. Yeah. So no one fights alone. And Donald Bradshaw, one of the great guys, of course, in dirt late model racing. He and Gina, of course, they've owned Tim McCready's car, and now Carson Ferguson. Well, 93 was Donald's number.
It was. Yeah. It was. Yes, it was. Duck. Super Duck, right?
Sure.
Super Duck.
Sure.
You
see it right there on the quarter panel of the car there, so be sure to donate to that.
Great cause, and if you are by that hauler, I have not been by it yet this weekend, but they usually have like a QR code that you can scan for more information and to donate as well, and that's super cool, man, what they're doing there with that.
Donald's been practicing. October the 5th coming up pretty soon there. He's going to be,
I hope there's
what do you think, cha-cha, merengue, little bit of disco. I can see Bradshaw doing disco, right? Little Bee Gees.
Little
Bee Gees.
Square dancing. Maybe it's square dancing.
Well, when you were born, disco was about gone, wasn't it? Or was it not?
Saturday Night Fever, baby. 1 lap in the books in this one. 11 laps remaining, and they're going to parade around here, I think, one more time as they now start to get lined up in this double file restart, and it looks very similar to the original start of this race way back 10 minutes ago with Clay Stuckey on the pole and Joseph Joyner on the outside. Joyner, the race leader, had his choice of inside or outside lane. He has chosen outside, and that'll put Stuckey back to the inside.
And by the way, we've got to scan the app there on the Kubota car. I talked to Joshua Joyner. Kubota on board of that new Capital. They've been with Hunt the Front for a while now. You can go over in the pit area and scan for that, and hey, there you go.
And Kubota, shout out to them. They've come on.
Absolutely.
They've come on hot and heavy this year in a lot of forms of racing. So, this day and age, it's not easy. It's not easy to take that risk and come on board, and Kubota has done that along with a lot of other folks, and we're incredibly appreciative to have them in dirt track racing here in 2024. Their driver, Joseph Joyner, going to bring the field back to the green. 1 scored, 11 to go. It's Group B qualifier 2, or shootout 2.
All right, Joyner will take the lead out of 2. Here comes Carson Ferguson down the back straightaway with a 93.
The 93 is good,
man. He has got a good car to the outside. Carson will dive on the bottom for the lead. Their side beside it at turn 4. Down the straightaway, Joyner still has the lead.
Carson Ferguson has been really good here since the Baldus Classic last week. He was good last night. He was second in the Baldus Classic, and he is tracking your race leader, Joseph Joyner, right now, early in this second shootout for Group B. Those 2 drivers have a little bit of a gap between themselves and the battle for third between Zach Dome and Stuckey, and Dome had that position last time by.
Yeah, that brand new Capital now. Shane Clem did not run last night. He was helping Joyner with that car. Meanwhile, Strickler eyes that spot on Stuckey, and Kyle throws it in. Meanwhile, battling Joseph Joyner out in front. Ferguson, Dome. Strickler is for Stuckey, Culp, Chris Ferguson, and in eighth run Shane Clant.
Yeah, Shane Clant right now holding on to that last transfer, and he actually just worked by Chris Ferguson, as you see there on your screen. That's 7th and 8th. The driver running one position out right now is 1.5 seconds back, and that's Cade Loudy in the 126. Not missing anything up front. Still Joyner and Ferguson. They got a 1.4 second advantage over Zach Dome and Kyle Strickler. Again, Chris Ferguson and Shane Clant right now in 7th and 8th. Top 8 go to the Group B feature here tonight. 6 down, 6 to go.
Carson Ferguson again running in second. There's Chris Ferguson. Chris Ferguson of the Brian Connor. That's a Team Zero Bloomquist car. As they hit it at turn number 3, Clanton behind them runs in the 8th spot as we come off of turn number 4. 5 down, or 5 to go, 7 in the books as Clanton now trying to regain the spot from Fergie into 1.
Again, that is 6th, 7th, and 8th on your screen. Timmy Culp is falling back to 6. Shane Clanton now 7th as he works by the 22 of Chris Ferguson. Ferguson going to try to drive back down under him. He'll clear the 25. Almost lose the tail end of that race car. Cade Loudy, one spot out of a transfer. He's 2.8 seconds back. James, you're going to have a battle for the lead on the left side of your screen.
Here comes Carson Ferguson, Joseph Joyner, Kyle Strickler into turn 1. This is for the outside front row, right?
Yes, it is.
Of the second 25 lapper tonight down the back straightaway, a 3-car battle. Joyner, Ferguson, and Strickler, Florida. And the Carolinas off at turn 4. Here comes Strickler through the middle in car 8.
2 laps to go in this one. Kyle Strickler making a late race charge in the 8, trying to live up to his name, James. He's going to high side tickle around this half-mile racetrack. He's got to run on Ferguson down the back straightaway through 3 and 4. Move Kyle Strickler to second momentarily.
He may win it. Here they come. White flag is out, 1 to go. Strickler has the momentum down the main straightaway. It is 7/10 of a second. Strickler here. You think a slider's coming, Dustin Jarrett? Here comes Kyle Strickler in 8.
That's the battle on the left side of your screen. 8th on the right side of your screen. Too little, too late for Strickler. The winner of your Group B second shootout is going to be Joseph Joyner. Strickler second, Carson Ferguson third, Zach Dome fourth, Clay Stuckey fifth. 6th will go to Timothy Culp, Shane Clanton 7th, and Chris Ferguson gets the last transfer in 8th with Loudy, Brown, Lance, and Noonan all on the outside looking in. So Fergie 8th, Clanton 7th, Culp 6th, Stuckey, good run 5th, Zach Dome 4th, Carson Ferguson 3rd, Kyle Strickler 2nd. There's your winner. Out of Milton, Florida, he is in the Clemens-powered Capital Factory car, the Kubota. Hunt the Front, Base Racing Fuels Trading Paint sponsored. Number 10. How about it for the 30-year-old out of Milton, Florida, Eldora Speedway, Hunt the Front, Joseph Joyner.
Joseph Joyner, 1 start in the World 100, 21st back in 2021, 2 wins this year, coming at All Tech Raceway along with Southern Raceway, and he was 2nd last year's Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series standings. Talked to that team today, and it's technically not a house car, not a factory car. They just said they're communicating. They're communicating. We learn new terminology every day, DJ. We think we got it, and they correct us. They corrected me today. So we're just going to say in a new Capital race car. What do you think about that? The Kubota Base Racing Fuels Hunt the Front number 10 for Joseph Joyner. He'll pull the helmet off. Brand new race car here this weekend. They're going to bring the hat. Is this hat for me? They bring they bring him a Capital race car. He can't even get his helmet off. We're trying to get a hat on him. As I got your hat. I got you. This is a team sport. We're going to make this. You know what? You just hold it. I think that'll make your team happy right there. Talk about turn 3 and 4 on that first lap. You didn't get a great first start. Caution comes out. You didn't get a great second start. How did you get to the lead on that first lap in the 4th corner?
I think I was just way more stuck than they was, man. This thing was, it was fun to drive. I don't know where we were at. I think we were slowing down there the second half of the race there. I think our stuff was really hot, but it took off really well. So it's been a long time since I felt that good. All 4 tires really stuck in the racetrack like that. So hats off to the whole Capital crew. This thing's been on rails, and I really appreciate them helping us out and being a part of our program. And I guess we'll see what we can do in this feature here.
All right, he's got helmets, hats, and heat race wins. Joseph Joyner picks up the win. He will start outside front row in tonight's 25-lap feature.
Boy, you thought that was an eclectic mix of cars. How about this for your final shootout of the night?
Oh, my goodness.
This will be Group B, Shootout 3, your pole sitter out of Brooks, Georgia. The 2022 Southern All-Stars champ, Matt Dooley, on his outside of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, Jason Jameson.
The spring and Southern Nationals champion, Donald McIntosh, the Billy Hicks 79, Dawsonville, Georgia, the current Lucas Oil points leader, Ricky Thornton Jr., the 20 RT out of Martinsville, Indiana.
They have shut the caution lights off. They're going to go green flag racing this time by. We'll flash the line up for you. Pierce, McCready, the rest of the field. The second page there, Bowersock, Anderzak. We've got 17 cars, 12 laps. Top 8 lock themselves in to the Group B 25-lapper here at 9:37 p.m. on a Thursday night in Western Ohio.
Matt Dooley, former Southern All-Star champion. I believe his first trip to Eldora, right off of turn 4 out of Brooks, Georgia. Green flag underway, racing Jason Jameson to the outside.
Ricky Thornton Jr. got a good start right there. He's going to drive down to the inside of Dooley and immediately battling for the lead. Dooley, though, gets a good run on the outside. He brings Jason Jameson with him. Jameson may not be done yet. He'll throw the slider into 3 and 4. Try to bring RTJ with him. Racing. Jason Jameson leads lap 1.
Did those two not have a great heat race at Florence a few weeks ago, right?
Yes, they
Jameson beat him on the last lap. Down
Yes,
the back
they did.
straightaway, here comes the Rocket 1. McCready through the middle, the 2018 World 100 winner. Up front in that round of 12, it's Jason Jameson, the race leader.
Jason Jameson, no stranger at Eldora Speedway. James is the driver of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Remember, he led the first 8 laps of the Dirt Late Model Dream back in 2018. Made the World 100 last year for the very first time. Here comes Trent Ivey, a little head knocker. Trying to work by Matt Dooley as the battle for 4th. Worth noting right now, Jason Riggs has the 103 car in the final transfer spot back in 8th. There comes Bobby Pierce getting it wound up high.
As they come off of turn 4, whoa! Slipped up just a little bit. Thornton closes ground down the main straightaway. Jeff Gullett, Tim Tunkett on that 12 car. He pushes into 1, gets it straight down the back straightaway. Gullett 7 down, 5 to go coming up.
Here comes T-Mac.
Excuse me, 5 down, 7 to go. McCready in the 1 car, 3rd. And here comes the 2018 World 100 winner down the main straightaway.
Top 3 cars you just saw right there have a little bit of distance between themselves and Trent Ivey, Petey's son, Trent Ivey, in that 4th spot. Worth noting, Jason Riggs remains in the final transfer in the 103, but he's got Dennis Erb and Jerry Bowersock just behind him knocking on the back door. We're going to keep it glued up front right now as that lead trio putting on a show, tiptoeing around the top side of this half-mile oval. 6 down, 6 to go.
We still got 2 more features after this, brother. I can't wait. Here we go. Here comes Thornton through the middle. McCready up top. Battle back here between Riggs and Erb Jr. It's still Jason Jameson. He's led from the drop of the green. 5 to go. Traffic down the back straightaway. Which way does he go? Here comes Thornton, and here comes Tim McCready.
And that battle on the right side of your screen is for that final transfer position. Jason Riggs has it. Dennis Erb Jr., the former Dirt Late Model Dream winner, trying to take it away. RTJ following in the shadows of the 12 of Jameson, and now the 1 of Tim McCready right there as well. Good battle up front in your final shootout.
Can Jameson upset the number 1 and number 2 drivers in the country? Pierce is number 1, Thornton up at turn 4.
Oh, Pierce, did you
Pierce
see that
around
slider?
McCready. Oh, baby, they are going at it. We still have 3 to go, Dustin Jarrett.
We need the quadruple box.
We do. They're going to have 2 to go. Jason Jameson, Thornton throws it in on the bottom. The slider will not stick. Jason Jameson, 2 laps to go in 12.
They both better go because Pierce is catching them in a hurry, James. That's the battle for the lead on the left, the battle for the final transfer on the right. Pierce is there. Oh, baby. You got another good one here at Eldora. Coming around on the white flag, final time around.
Jason Jameson, oh, baby, into 1. The top 8 advance, the top 3. Thornton drives it almost into the wall. Down the back straightaway, Jason Jameson. Here comes Pierce. Here comes Thornton McCready. But they're too far back behind the number 12 car.
I don't know what to call. Jameson looks like he's going to win it. Keep your eyes on that battle for the last transfer. 2nd spot is going to go to Pierce over Thornton and McCready, then Ivey, Dooley, McIntosh. Here's the battle for the final transfer. It goes to The Jedi, Jerry Bowersock, races his way in on the last lap. Yes, sir. Oh, give me the shootouts all day long. Bowersock 8th, McIntosh 7th, Dooley 6th, Ivy 5th, McCready 4th, Thornton 3rd, Pierce 2nd, and the winner of your third Group B shootout. He'll start third in the Group B feature in the James Ratliff Racing, Grant Lee Farms, MGL Auto Sales, Keltner Contracting, ICS Cornett Powered Longhorn. How about it, Eldora Speedway for racing Jason Jameson?
And he's going to clear the scales. He'll start third in the second feature tonight. Made his first ever World 100 start last year, but he was an early retiree, finished 30th. One win on the year, came with the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series at Lake Cumberland Speedway. Well, you just had the top-ranked dirt late model drivers in the country behind you. It did not matter. How good is this race car here tonight, Jason?
It's pretty good. We got a problem with it stumbling and getting in the corners, and it's really affected me when, like, turns 1 and stuff, when you got to let off and get out of throttle. But all in all, this JRR MGL Grant Lee Farms car, it's pretty good.
Pretty good. He's excited. Look at the smile on his face. Let him hear it, Eldora. Jason Jameson wins heat race number 6, presented by Buzzy Racing Products.
Well, how about
somewhere
that?
Brad Greer down in Cincinnati, he's got to do it, right?
Yeah.
Good job.
Absolutely. Hey, last call for 50-50. How about this? The winner share of the 50-50 tonight, the lower right-hand part of the video board in turn 2, that is your half. The winner's share is over $27,000. Oh, my goodness, over $27,000, the winner's share of the 50-50 right now. This is the last call, and that will be drawn. I suspect that'll be drawn between the two features. James, real quick, let's go ahead and take a look at your MD3 instant replay of the battle for the final transfer in the final shootout here tonight. Here they come around this for the white flag.
4-time modified track champion, 1-time late model track champion. They're in a battle with Dennis Herb Jr., former World of Outlaw Series champion and dirt late model dream winner. Battles with the 103 of Jason Riggs. Here they come, DJ, to the line.
Yeah, Bowersock drives it in deep. Herb was there as well, and when the checkered flag flew, getting that final transfer and racing his way in. How about it, Eldora? One of your own, the Jedi, Jerry Bowersock, races in. Oh, man.
Awesome stuff.
These shootouts were outstanding, and next on the agenda are your 2 25-lap main events here tonight. If you're on the ground, your final opportunity to grab something to eat, grab something to drink. Please don't drink and drive. If you do have a drink, please tip your bartender. If you're at home, well, it's your last opportunity to grab something to eat or grab a drink as well. If you're at home, tip your bartender as well. It's the first night of racing here at Eldora Speedway, the 54th World 100. You're watching it all live on FloRacing.
Testing 1, 2.
Welcome back to Eldora Speedway and the 54th annual World 100 Prelim Night number 1. And we are testing the capacity, the extent of all of our technology. We are inside of the Carson Brown Racing Hauler. Randy Weaver, you're in here. You came up with an idea. We've heard people talking about issues that you battle when you come to Eldora. What have you got for us right now?
Well, last year we went over what it means when the guys actually have load numbers. So this is the machine that they use. They have a smasher, which you have a center